o'clock. Welcome to the ordinary meeting of the Queenstown Lakes District Council, Thursday, 31 July 2025. I have one apology for lateness. Councillor Cox will be joining us hopefully within the next half hour. Just waylaid at intensification hearings in Arrowtown. Do I have any leave of absence?
Just August the 26th.
Well,
I've got 18th and 19th of August, and I can't remember what I've put in, but I just need to extend one. So I'm just going to put the whole thing in again because I couldn't find where it was. And then 25th of September to the 7th of October.
I'll go one as well.
Different, man.
5th of August.
Barry, what should we go? The school holidays coming up soon. Go, Barry.
August 14 to 20.
Anyone, John? Further? Right. I move that the apology for lateness from Councillor Cox be accepted and the requests for leave of absence be approved. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Esther. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried. Declarations of conflict of interest. No declarations, matters lying on the table. There are no matters lying on the table. Special announcements. I just wish to acknowledge the passing of Sir Michael Hill. I think we can all agree, a great innovator and businessman and a great loss to the district. I was fortunate enough to actually get to know him over my term as the mayor. Highly engaging personality, a gentleman that works very hard. He made the point that he will never ever retire, and I'm sure he's keeping himself busy now. So just to acknowledge Sir Michael Hill. Right, public forum. You have 6 today. 5. Yeah.
Kia ora koutou katoa. New Zealand just went through another series of large-scale floods that might have already caused hundreds of millions of dollars of damage. The cost of climate damages in New Zealand have already risen exponentially this decade, but the decarbonization efforts haven't. And these events are not just happening here, they're happening daily across the world. Most of them just never get reported on, but the winds are turning. The Instagram channel that we shared with you, Climate Apocalypse, is run by a young Kiwi scientist who resorted to shock tactics out of despair and frustration at the general apathy and complacency when it comes to a crisis that will probably cause billions of deaths and the collapse of the global economy in the coming decades. Decades, not centuries. This is the world we have created for the younger generations. A world with almost no hope, a world we are witnessing the collapse of in real time. Here is a quote from this social media. The climate apocalypse will manifest as a series of disasters viewed through your phone until you are the one filming it. These social media channels, Climate Apocalypse is only one of them, are growing fast. They are a reflection of the dread and anger of today's youth that we have let down. Unlike our generation, they are facing straight at the facts, and the facts are terrifying. But there is a silver lining to this growing movement. The worst obstacle to real climate action for the last 40 years has been the commonly accepted fallacy that you cannot scare people or they will shut down and not listen. Today's youth is scared and they are ready to take some real actions. But it is human nature to first blame others before looking objectively at what are the solutions needed to solve a problem. Today, the blame is squarely put on governments, on the system, on corporations, and often rightly so. But that is not the solutions that we need. If you do not want people to feel victimized and to look for someone to blame, you need to empower them to do something about the climate crisis. This council must clearly tell our community that we all need to proactively get rid of all the fossil fuel machines that we own. This council can also use its regulatory powers to accelerate the boycott of fossil fuels. This is how you empower people to act. This is how we improve the outcome of the climate crisis, and this is how we preserve democracy, by having elected leaders and authorities telling the truth and empowering people to become active participants in the fight against the climate crisis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, John Glover. 3 minutes, John. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Council. John Glover speaking, my role as a submitter to the consultation on the water services delivery option. And councillors, you've got a very difficult decision to make today, one of many, I suspect. You're facing a very tight regulatory deadline to submit a plan, which is non-negotiable. The framework for the legislation is still evolving, so there's a lot of uncertainty about what the final requirements might be. And you're essentially being asked to make a political decision. Do you keep water services in-house or do you CCO them? So it is very much a political decision. The recommendation you're being asked to agree goes against the community sentiment that was heard in the consultation. And the decision is being made in the election period when the advice from the LGNZ and the Auditor General's office is that you need to be exceptionally careful and prudent about decision-making on sensitive matters within this period. So pretty complex framework to consider the options. The main benefits of the CCO put us being ones at scale. And they're clearly intended for where different councils band together and form the CCO. So you've got power of contracting, sharing of resources, better procurement. And of course, that option is not on the table today. You're being asked to consider a CCO where this council goes alone. So none of those benefits apply. The other benefit that's been given to a CCO is the political independence. Political interference is immune from that, but as the officer's report before you says today, the model for in-house has been changed. So it has to be more direction, more control, more accountability. So that independence from political interference would apply if the services were delivered in-house. So that's a real key thing to note, that benefit that's given to a CCO actually isn't really a benefit. And that's probably why a lot of organisations and councils around the country are voting to keep their water services in-house. The changing requirements in the legislation probably reflects that. So the water service delivery is a high risk and high cost model. And it needs therefore to be kept under close control, not at arm's length. And I think locally there's been some really good examples of what goes wrong when high risk, high cost models are kept at arm's length. And as councillors, you're all individually liable under health and safety legislation if things go wrong with our water safety. And personally, I would say that's a very good reason to keep things close and keep accountability really tight. The legislation allows you to change your mind, or allows the council to change its mind down the line. And there's a process built into the Act specifically for that. So the government clearly anticipate that some council will make a decision, but they wish to change it in the future. Really important to know that that is possible. And none of the work that is done to set up water services delivery in-house under the new framework would be wasted should a future council decide, for whatever reason, they want to move to a CCO. To do it the other way would be expensive and difficult, but to strengthen what's there, rely on the expertise of the staff, and put some stronger controls around it, is going to be needed anyway. So what is the right path forward?
3 minutes, right?
Given the sensitivity of the topic, the timing of the decision, the community sentiment, and the fact that in-house would have a tightly controlled framework, I think the right thing for councillors to do today is to vote to maintain water service deliveries in-house. And I would just urge you to do the right thing.
Alan and Simon. What was yours? 3 minutes. Where you going?
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, councillors. My name is Simon Gibb. I'm President of the Upper Clutha Angling Club, 110 members, based in Wanaka. And I'm supported today by Alan Kane, Club Secretary. We're here to oppose Contact Energy's proposal to lower Lake Hawaii's operating levels by 2 to 6 metres and to push the proposal through using the fast track process. We're very much the affected party or an affected party to the consequences of such an action, as are the 20 to 30,000 other fishing licence holders in the Lower South Island. We believe Contact Energy's proposal will have a significant and lasting detrimental effect on our environment and our community. We also believe there are alternatives to generate potential power gain, and that Contact is vastly overextending any social licence by opting for the soft option. The negative impacts are diverse, complex, and potentially permanent. They need to be carefully assessed under the standard consent system and not fast track. What could this 2 metre drop look like? The lake would be operated 2 metres lower for a significant part of the year. Large areas of additional shoreline comprising shingle fans, mud banks, silt flats, and remnants of aquatic plant life would be exposed. Lake water clarity would be diminished and turbidity increased. What does it cost? Exposing the existing littoral zone will result in loss of habitat, protection, and food sources for fish and invertebrates, resulting in a general loss of aquatic diversity over the whole lake. Reduced water clarity will impact photosynthesis, and in turn, the loss of plant life or loss of growth would impact the overall ecosystem, including bird life. The beauty and aesthetic appeal of the lake, a photo stop on the South Island tourist loop, would be downgraded by exposed lake bed and muddy waters. Air quality and clarity will be compromised by the prevailing northwest wind whipping up silt and dust off. Many of the existing bays would become unattractive and or inaccessible by shore or by boat. Navigation, already compromised, would become more hazardous. Natural launch sites would be unusable. We believe there are alternatives, and Contact is vastly overextending its social licence by opting for the soft option with the cost being carried by the community. The potential impacts are diverse and complex. They require independent assessments. And we believe the risk and this potential for harm is too great. And we urge the Council to oppose the use of Fast Track Act to consider this matter.
Okay, I'll let stop there. Thank you.
Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Julian.
Afternoon, everybody.
Afternoon.
Anyway,
I'm Julian Howard. I'm here on behalf of the Apatluta Environmental Society. I'm speaking about the variation to the PDP Apatluta landscape schedules. Although it may be, what I say may be relevant to other council variations. Councillors will be aware that expert landscape architects have prepared landscape schedules to be included in the PDP that identify the capacity of rural landscapes to absorb development in the Upper Clutha Basin. These landscape schedules are now fully written, and the council has done an excellent job on them. The parties to the Upper Clutha landscape schedule variation hearing were formally advised of the date, time and location of the hearing by means of a minute sent by the commissioners appointed to hear the variation on the 11th of June 2025. Under the RMA, a hearing process for a district plan variation is deemed to have started when the parties involved in the hearing have been formally notified of the hearing's date, time and location. Now, you'll probably be aware that there's proposed government legislation recently announced by Chris Bishop that requires the council to withdraw variations that have not started hearings. And that have not started hearings is from Chris Bishop's Beehive Minute of the 16th of July this year. The legislation does not apply to the Apaputha Landscape Schedule hearing, which has already started. The Apaputha Landscape Schedule variation is not affected by the proposed legislation. This needs to be communicated to the planning department. Even if this were the case, there are other reasons why the council should apply for an exemption from the legislation. For instance, the reason the government has given for work on such variations to be stopped is that it would be a waste of time because they intend to introduce new planning legislation that will take effect in 2027. I'm quoting Mr. Bishop there, again from the same Beehive Minute. So there is no guarantee whatsoever that this legislation will ever become law. Current opinion polls show a very close race for the 2026 election. A Labour-led coalition, if elected, would be highly likely to find the excellent information contained in the Apaputha Landscape Schedules to be a useful tool in the replacement for the RMA it proposed prior to the 2023 election. It is nonsensical and probably legally challengeable to waste the great deal of work the council has done on this variation on the basis of something that may never happen. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Julie.
Matthew. Kia ora koutou katoa, ko Matthew Day, Hoku Ingoa. Thank you for the opportunity to address you all today. As I said, my name is Matthew Day and I'm here as the Chief Operating Officer for Remarkables Park Limited. By way of background, Remarkables Park Limited is the owner and developer of the large master planned mixed-use area comprising all the flat buildable land between the Kawerau River and the airport in Frankton. Thank you for hearing me on agenda item 2, consultation on the location of a new council civic administration building. You have before you today a recommendation that you consult the community on the location of that new building. The phrasing of the recommendation, if adopted, will, in my view, restrict your ability to achieve the best value for money outcome. Such restriction is unnecessary at this time. To elaborate, the recommendation as drafted appears to limit council to consulting on either a building to be owned and built by council at Frankton Village or an existing building leased in 5 Mile or in the old town centre. Consulting in this way will drive up the cost of the building by limiting the commercial tension in any future procurement process. Speaking as a ratepayer, I feel it's essential that you position the council to get the best deal possible. Achieving that will require competitive tension in the future steps, and adopting the recommendation as drafted runs the risk of closing off council's future options. I ask that today, when you're considering agenda item 2, that you agree to consult the community on options to either own or lease at any location in Frankton. Today, council need not limit its consultation to only owning at Frankton Village or leasing at 5 Mile or the old downtown. Consulting on these options will unnecessarily and unfairly restrict the projects to a limited number of landowners and builders. This will signal that there is limited competition for the project and the prices will therefore be subjected to less commercial rigour, ultimately to the detriment of council. I ask that you keep all commercial options in Frankton open, which includes in reality owning or leasing in any part of Frankton, including at Remarkables Park. To be clear, to achieve the competitive benefits it should seek, council need not ultimately select Remarkables Park as the location. That's not what I'm here today to ask you to do. That might be for another time.
All you need to do today is simply ensure that there is genuine competition at every stage in this project. And in closing, I therefore ask you that you consider consulting the community on a less closed set of options for Franklin, so that market competition can ensure a good value for money outcome for all ratepayers. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Thanks, thank you.
Now with that, it's the last speaker, public forum, just acknowledge, welcome Councillor Cox.
Apologies for lateness.
That's all right. Okay, confirmation of agenda. I move that the agenda be confirmed without addition or alteration. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Esther. All those in favour? Aye. Against? None. Motion carried. Confirmation of public minutes. I have a few amendments. Courtesy of Councillor Bartlett. Okay, right. Where are we? Remove number 2. Where is it? Sorry. Cultural.
Item 1.
Item 1 on the minutes. Thank you.
Page 8.
Item 1, page 8. Remove.
Lyle spotted it too.
Sorry.
Lyle spotted it too.
Well done, Lyle. Chocolate fish coming your way. Page 8, remove 2. Page 9, 4 becomes 5. 5 becomes 6. And then 6 becomes the 2. And 7 becomes 4. Get that one, John? Right. Page 23 of the minutes, item 12. Procurement of the plan for roading contract. Changing the mover from Councillor Cox to Councillor Bartlett. Pick that one up, Lyle. Right. Are there any further amendments, councillors? Right, I'm sorry.
Just been informed that someone actually visited the public forum a while ago, but I didn't have it down to the fact that some people to go. Possible to add at this stage?
A few months ago.
Yeah, I've been informed that.
Okay, well, I'll just move the amendments so I can go back if councillors so agree.
So repeat that.
Yeah, hang on, what I'll do is we'll just get the minutes out of the way and then just a procedural motion to allow a further public speaker. That's okay. Right, let's go through there. Okay, so I'll just move the minutes now. Move that the minutes of the public part of the ordinary meeting of the Queenstown Lakes District Council held on the 26th June 2025 as amended be confirmed as a true and correct record. Thank you. Kevin, all those in favour?
Aye.
Against? None. Motion carried. So, I think we need to move it. You just have to. Yeah. Okay. So,
Josh Ellison from Rewiring Outer Road.
Josh, oh, welcome. Sorry about that, Josh.
Sure, all no worries.
We'll figure that one out after the meeting.
My name is Josh Ellison. I lead research and development at Rewiring Aotearoa. We are a philanthropy funded non-profit that works to build an energy system in New Zealand that benefits all New Zealanders. I'm here to voice our support for the Ratepayers Assistance Scheme. I think it is the largest single action that council can take to lower the bills of people in the region and increase the energy resilience of people in the region. I'd also like to voice our support for the climate and biodiversity plan. The plan really emphasizes the importance, and not only the importance, but the opportunity that the energy system of the region presents for the region, looking at how we develop it going forward. We not only face risks like AF8, which call for significant energy resilience and security for the region, but we also have some of the best solar potential of anywhere in Aotearoa. So that means in practice, we have a huge opportunity to lower people's bills while building the energy resilience that will help keep us safe in a disaster. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Right. And with that, item 1, future water services delivery model.
Do you want me to do it now?
That would be appreciated if you do it now. Thanks.
Yeah, if you prefer, I can do it now. I'd like to move a motion to suspend the standing order 8.3. Chairperson has a casting vote for this item.
And before I ask for a seconder, can I please ask why? What's your reason?
The reason for doing this is the importance of this decision, and that any move away from status quo should be based on a minimum majority vote. The decision should not be made by one person
So in your view, what is status quo?
in-house.
But that's not status quo. So what is status quo?
Well, status quo is the enhanced in-house model.
No, it's not. So again, what's your reason?
So the reason is that I think that any decision to move to CCO should be made by majority vote.
Point of order. Yeah.
No, we haven't got a seconder yet.
No, just for the comment back, because it doesn't mean having
sorry.
status quo.
Sorry.
I'll second it.
Okay, we've got a seconder.
Sorry, just to clarify, it's not 8.3, it's 18.3.
Oh, 18.3, sorry, 18.3.
We wouldn't want the wrong.
No, I don't know what,
Okay.
I don't know what.
18.3.
18.3.
All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion declined. Moving on. Penny? Tony?
So, before Penny and Tony, so I was going to make some opening comments. So I think, so Penny and Tony will take us through the report, but I think it's important as we go into this just to, I suppose, recontextualise this. So this is water's been a process under change since 2017. So it's taken New Zealand a long time to get to this position. So we've had successive governments have pursued that. But their agenda has always been the same, whether it's from the left or the right. They have steadily moved towards an environment where ultimately they want to remove the delivery of water services away from local government and into professionally delivered water service entities. That was proposed more specifically by 4 major water CCOs under the Labor government, and through a different model through the current government, which has given greater flexibility, but has generally headed in the same direction. It's probably important to note that in recent weeks, and Penny's report covers this, the government has strengthened that direction towards those outcomes. And in particular, the Minister has signalled the appointment of both facilitators and specialists, which you should read the word commissioner, to actually drive and direct councils towards outcomes that are effectively CCOs, or as was pointed out earlier this afternoon, a preference for joint CCOs. Council will realise that we did look at joint CCOs through this process and rejected that at this point, but we didn't consider that the evidence was there for us to do that. But it's worth noting that in the water service delivery plan that you will get in a month's time, we will signal that opportunity for council and the organisation to investigate further joint CCOs, because that is a definite preference by the government to achieve those levels of aggregation. So there is a pathway, and certainly what we have seen is the government being more and more emphatic about the pathway that it is driving. While it's not really my job to comment on public forum, I would note that councillors are not the PCBU. I am the PCBU, so I have that responsibility for staff, and I continue to have that responsibility for staff as they move and transition through. If the council does vote to go through a CCO model, there is quite a significant transition that we want to ensure that we do our best by our staff for. So that's another consideration for us. So that's by way of contextualising the background, because it has been a long process for many years. It seems to be one of these ones that just keeps going on, and hopefully, irrespective of the outcome, we don't get it bounced around again by future governments. But with that, I'll allow Tony and Penny to introduce the item.
Thank you, Chair. Which one's going first? There you go, Penny.
Kia ora koutou.
Yes, I think it's been coming up to 3 years since I first came in at the first conversation with you about water reform. So, and that's not the first conversation you'd had about it. So this has certainly been going on for a long time. So the decision before you today is about whether you're going to confirm the proposed model of establishing a CCO or go for look for a model that retains services in-house. We've now done consultation as required. And while most supported the in-house model rather than the CCO, I just note, as is noted in the report, that the majority of the concerns that were raised through the consultation were actually are actually addressed by the incoming regulatory regime as outlined in the original analysis, or are addressed by the changes that have happened, been signalled in the environment since we started the consultation, or can be managed through implementation planning, as also indicated in the original analysis. So I'm going to run through in a minute just what those key concerns were that were raised in the submissions, but I just wanted to touch on the things that have happened since we started the consultation, and a couple of key points to think about as you're considering your decision. So the first one is just a reminder that the future water services, no matter who they're delivered by, are going to be delivered under a very different regulatory environment and accountability framework than what we have in place right now. And that environment does provide for more control over water services CCO than the LGA does for CCOs. So that was something that was noted in the Select Committee's review of the local government water services bill that they've just provided their report back. A lot of submitters on that were concerned that actually the accountability and planning framework provided councils too much control over water services CCOs, and the Select Committee commented in their report back that that was by design. They're not intended to operate like CCOs under the Local Government Act. There is intended to be a connection, a stronger connection back to the councils. So that's the first point. The second point is there was this analysis was a comparative analysis. So it was looking at the differences between the two models if you was when we assumed the same cost base, because essentially the investment program outlined that was used for both models meets the financial sustainability requirements. So we used the same cost base and investment program, and so the assessment was a comparator. Obviously, the actual household charges associated with future water services are high. That was not the focus of this piece of analysis or this consultation. This consultation is about the comparative difference between a CCO and the council, the incoming regulatory regime, and the activities of whatever model we decide on. Once we've decided on a model, that will increase the focus on ensuring that water services are affordable in the future. So this analysis didn't traverse what things could be done to reduce the cost, the future cost of water, because those things can be done under either model. So this was looking at just the comparison between the two. And predominantly looking at which model is best placed to respond to that future regulatory environment. As Mike touched on, the reforms have continued to evolve in the time since we started the consultation, and they've continued to evolve in line with the government's intention that they're wanting to strengthen the case for water services CCOs. And they're also showing an increasing intent for prescriptive regulation and decreased local discretion in decision making. So the key things that have happened through that period are that we've seen the next tranche of the resource management reforms come through with the national directions and the Going for Housing Growth discussion papers. And they're very strongly pointing to the need for alignment of housing growth, land use and infrastructure planning in a way that isn't set out in legislative or regulatory environments at the moment. And that helps with the disadvantage we've noted about the integration of functions across the two, a CCO and the council. The Local Government Water Services Bill has been reviewed by the Select Committee, and the Select Committee has reported back with some amendments. And those proposed amendments also indicate that water services CCOs must support housing growth and urban development. They must publish asset and capacity data at quite a detailed level, in a way that is kind of always up to date, not on a 3-yearly cycle. So that addresses transparency and accountability concerns that were raised. That's further strengthening the transparency program. The amendments include the requirement for significance and engagement policy for water services CCOs, and that policy has to be consulted on with the community, with consumers, with iwi, and with us as the shareholder, and the shareholder has to approve it. So any community consultation requirements that the council feels the water services CCO should be undertaking can be required through that process, along with the statement of expectation. There was also 2 other changes in relation to, so one is that water services CCO, well, actually, water service providers must provide cost-effective services, including efficient use of water. So so that's an additional requirement under the bill that points towards the need to look at demand management really closely, as well as value for money in services. And there's a requirement that water service providers must implement the most cost-effective solution for wastewater, and that sits alongside the proposed national environmental standard for wastewater in terms of the mechanisms available for that. So those last 2 are more about prescription in the regulatory environment and removing some discretion in decision making at a local level. The Commerce Commission has communicated directly with all the chief executives across New Zealand and highlighted some elements from their upcoming or their proposed regulatory approach. They have highlighted that performance benchmarking will be made public and comparative. So in terms of public transparency, that's another layer of information that will be available that is not currently available. They've indicated strongly that they're likely to use the price regulation tools available to them, while earlier in the process discussing the economic regulation, they had indicated that they would start with information disclosure and go from there. Well, that's the process, they will do that, but they have now indicated strongly that they would be looking at those more intensive tools. And that's indicated by the fact that Watercare, which has a regulated price quality path, right? Yep, yep. And they are seen as kind of good practice for water services in New Zealand, and that's their starting point. One of the reasons that they indicated that they would look to start investigating those other tools was high cost, low performance. And we'd just note that in Taumata Otherwise most recent reporting, we are actually, have the 5th highest cost of service in New Zealand and the 4th highest volume of water to households. So in terms of things that the Commerce Commission might look at, yep, we probably are there. And they've specifically now stated that they believe that water services CCOs are better positioned to respond to the regulatory environment that they're going to be enforcing. So just touching quickly, it's going to be quick, hasn't been quick so far, sorry, on the consultation themes. So as outlined in the report, the first thing was cost to households. I've touched on that already in terms of the actual cost to households. Was very important and will be the focus of the water services provider and the economic regulation regime going forward. But for the purposes of this, what we were looking at was the differential between the 2 models. And I just note that the reason for that differential was not because we had different modelling for each model. It was purely because of the borrowing requirements, the financing requirements, the 9% FFO that a water services CCO has to comply with. So some submitters raised scepticism, I guess, at the quality of the financial modelling in terms of looking so far out. We had the same cost base. All we looked at was the only difference between them is the borrowing requirements between the 2. So we haven't tried to crystal ball gaze and say how the 2 might perform differently or operate differently. The only difference is that borrowing regime. Implementation and operational costs were raised as a concern. So the setup costs I just note that those would be debt funded over time with a minimal household charge impact, and we would seek to minimise that through implementation planning. And the costs associated with duplication of functions through the stranded costs, again, we would look to manage that by purchasing services from QLDC. In terms of accountability and transparency, there were concerns raised about reduced oversight and public visibility. However, the existing regulatory framework and the changes that have been recommended by the Select Committee on the bill, both are requiring actually quite a significant increase in public accountability and transparency, and back to the council, the owning council, than probably are in place right now. And the regulatory regime is explicitly designed around protecting community interests. That's the stated purpose of the economic regulatory regime. Community involvement, we've already talked about the changes in the bill through significance and engagement policy, and us being the approver of that, mitigate that, and that the Water Services CCO would be consulting directly with the community. There was a concern raised about creation of bureaucracy and added layers of management and inefficiencies. I just note, the key thing to note there, I think, is that if we set up an internal unit, we would have to do the same things. So in terms of duplication and inefficiencies, those would exist, but without the added benefits of the expert governance and focus from at the senior leadership and decision-making level. And then the last point was the concerns raised about trust in QLDC's ability to manage a water services CCO. And so the point I'd make there is that the water services CCO would be led by an expert board with the expertise being technical specialties around water services, regulated industries, financial management, as well as general governance. And that the regulatory framework ensures transparency, accountability and responsiveness, both to the shareholder and to the community. And then my last point is that we did locate 6 extra submissions just this week that have been accidentally sent to spam folder, and we did review those. We highlighted that the key themes from those were particularly focused on distrust in QLDC's governance, ability to govern the CCO, scepticism of financial modelling, and concerns about duplication and inefficiencies, which align with the concerns, the themes that we'd already identified. So there wasn't any change to the analysis that we undertook, and it didn't materially change the split of the number of in-house versus CCO. So not quick, but I'm now done.
Appreciate that. Just follow on there. I suppose the other thing that is behind the recommendation that we've made, which doesn't necessarily come through quite so clear, and that is the next 5 to 10 years and the complexity of the world that we're going to be facing. We know that we've got about $1.5 billion worth of capex to spend. We know that that's not enough to keep up with growth. We're getting huge growth pressures. We've got the regulatory environment is changing. So if you make a decision to keep it in-house, that regulatory environment is going to have an increasing impact on our ability to do our job, and I suspect the rest of the council work. So I think looking out 10 years, look at the 10-year cost. Year 10, the cost is about the same per water service charge. So behind our recommendation to go to the CCOs is thinking about how best to manage that business in a very complex environment. I'd also note that water services is about $150 million a year business. If you ring fence that and put that out, and it's only going to increase in size, that puts it at one of the bigger businesses in all of Queenstown Lakes District. It's not a small business. It provides critical services. And the model that we've got at the moment has worked, but there are some difficulties with that. It is very complex. We're also concerned that with the increasing pressure around the regulations, if we do keep it in-house, we are concerned about what that means for the rest of the council once we've actually gone through the regulatory financial arrangements, dealt with all of the 3 waters components first in your annual plan LTP, servicing what that means when it's left over. It is a very complex business. It's a very large business providing core services, and we have to grapple with how we manage that into the future. And I suppose that's one of the things we've sort of focused on. What's maybe the best way of managing that? The government also, as Penny's identified, dealt with some of the significant issues we think that were validly raised by submissions around how we might be able to deal with that. So that's sort of the thing behind the recommendation that we've made, taking that longer term view and thinking about the complexity of the world that we're facing, and a singular focus around three waters, and that is one of the reasons for our recommendation.
Okay, I'll open up to questions, councillors. Thank you, and I'll go Ferg.
Yeah, thank you. My first one is actually for Mike regarding the comment you made at the beginning of the beginning of this item. And it's a question that you expressed that you thought the government had a preference to a CCO model. And I just wonder whether that is correct, in that the drivers behind entity D and entity J were economies of scale, and the CCO was a mechanism, and the co-governance issues relating was a mechanism to do that. So the driver, I believe, was economies of scale in that case. Would you agree with that as opposed to the model itself?
Well, I think that it's more complex than just us logging it to one aspect. I think certainly what we've seen both under the Labour-led approach was certainly around a large aggregated set of models. And so governance and efficiency and cost effectiveness were key parts of that. I still think that's really fundamentally where this government wants to be as well. They've just chosen a different pathway that gives more flexibility in how component councils get there. But what we have seen, and it's played out in the media, for example, in Waitaki and other places, is where they have quite clearly been pushing towards a CCO model as a mechanism towards gaining those benefits of aggregation, cost effectiveness, scale.
So if you take the example in Waitaki that received criticism for not choosing to pursue the CCO model, was that because they are going alone or because they are creating a CCO? Was that the criticism regarding that they're not consolidating and joining, or are they?
I think the criticism there is that they decided their only other solutions to remain.
Which is the situation. Well, sorry, we don't have the benefit of either choosing between 4 or 1 in that case.
Well, I think, the model actually does allow for, and in fact, Mr. Glover raised that, as further iterations of those sorts of arrangements. But the sort of, I suppose, the informal feedback that is being received around the country is that the government would prefer aggregated models to create that sort of scalability.
Which would necessitate a CCO, but not the other way around.
No, but I think one of the things that we've identified is that there are, and I think Tony touched on that as Penny did as well, moving towards the CCO firstly starts to engender some of the structural changes that the government is signalling through the reforms, but then also makes that transition to a joined up CCO easier than moving from the current state.
Okay, so moving on from that, thank you for your response on that.
I think there's just probably one other thing to add that, which I meant to raise, which was that it has been clear through the discussions on the regional deal negotiations that the government wants us to use all of the tools that they're making available to us through water reform.
So,
including establishing water services CCO.
I'd put it that if we were to establish a problem statement back in 2016 or 17, I would say they wanted better outcomes for the Three Waters provision, better regulation, and economies of scale. Okay, we're getting the better regulation. Aren't we getting the better regulation regardless of decision? And we're not getting economies of scale.
Yes, we're getting the better regulation, and this analysis and consultation was about which of these two models would be given the best opportunity to respond well to in that economic regulatory regime.
But you've said that happens regardless of whether we're in-house or.
The regulation happens regardless,
Yeah.
but our ability to deliver on it and to deliver well on it and to deliver efficiently on it is part of what the single focus of a CCO with expert technical governance would enable us to do.
Even though we're going to have this whole level of regulation, sorry.
Yeah, so having the regulatory regime say what we need to do and being able to easily do it and implement it is what we've considered here. So we might find that we're in a situation where we go down a regulatory intervention path because we are less able to respond to what is required because of the way we're operationally established to respond.
And just one final question before we jump off. So regarding the CCO, like we've discussed the economies of scale, it doesn't appear that we gain any economy of scale because it's our own. Is the reason that are we an unappealing partner for a CCO with other councils because of the nature of our high debt and our high growth? Does that make us an unappealing partner?
So I think in the short term, potentially, not because of our high debt, but because of our huge demand for capital for growth and development. And certainly when we looked at joining up with our neighbouring councils, they had a very different demand profile. And a lot of that also had to do with the preparedness to harmonise prices, and that was signalled to be some time out. So one of the risks that we face in the short term was a lot of cost being held by our ratepayers, and ultimately the benefits of harmonisation actually being a disbenefit to us because we were picking up costs later in the process.
Okay.
I think really, again, I think one of the steps through what is recognised by government is that there are a large number of councils going for standalone CCOs, and the opportunity then to look at joined up CCOs, which don't necessarily need to have geographic compatibility. So there doesn't need to be that sort of geographic nexus for that. And I think one of the rationale for promoting the CCO was not only it created a model that was working in the right direction, but enabled us to then springboard that into conversation with other standalone CCOs around the country.
Okay, but likely will remain an unappealing partner unless there's a mandate to consolidate and to achieve economies of scale.
Not necessarily. I mean, and we are speculating, but there are other councils that, like us, high growth councils, big investment portfolios, and therefore we would find potentially partners in that space which are more aligned to our particular model of investment.
So it's more about us finding a partner where we've got aligned interests and aspirations as opposed to us being unappealing to others.
Before I go to you, Ferg, can governments just tell me who is on the screen just there, please?
Something for item 2.
Item 2.
We can put it away.
Thank you. I don't know, I was just, yeah, they're going to be here quite like who they are. Right, Ferg?
Through the chair, thank you. Thank you for the work that you and the staff have done on this. It's got me bouncing all over the place. But my question is, across both models, what could go wrong?
Well, we can talk about that next month when we talk about the water service delivery plan and the risks to being able to implement the reforms. I mean, there's a lot of the main. Well,
I think it's a very difficult question to ask.
Yeah,
I think that, what could possibly go wrong? I think a better question might be what are some of the near-term scenarios that we face? We know that the CCO, by the work that we've done, is the preferred option. It delivers on what we need to deliver on. It provides a stronger basis for accelerating and achieving our water outcomes. And that's not to say that the in-house model couldn't. And it sets us up, I suppose, to work alongside others in the direction that the government is leading us to. I think one of the key challenges for local government is that, particularly for those that are seeking to remain in houses, that government might compel them to outcomes that they may not necessarily choose for themselves. So as I've said in response to Councillor Smith, when we looked at joining with the Southern Water Done Well group, we found that while we had a lot in common, we both agreed that actually joining them at the moment wasn't a great option for either of us. It would be a bad outcome if we were compelled to do so. And I think one of the things that remaining in-house does is exposes us to potentially more compulsion by the central government.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. This is a question for you, Mike. Do you think that if we proceed today with the CCO model, given that 75% of submitters rejected it, that we aren't giving due regard to our community?
Well, that's probably a question that you need to balance. At the end of the day, no submission process should be a game of numbers. It should be basically based on the evidence and the information that you have. Because ultimately we could also argue that it's 125 people out of 30,000 ratepayers. So I think it's got to be basically judged on the merits of the evidence and the submissions and the advice from staff. But ultimately that becomes a decision that each of you have to be able to make.
Thank you.
Excuse me, thank you. There's some questions I put to Audit Risk and Finance as well when we workshopped this. And my question is around, the local water done well test, I suppose. Does this model let us do water better than before? And under the status quo, our risk 10021 remains really high. And that says to me that it's not just about our current service performance. What are the bits that can make the CCO model do this better than before, when we've got this chance before us to design something that's fit for purpose? Is it structural? Is it resourcing? Is it affordability? Like, what's the bit that stands out as being the pieces that the CCO will allow us to do better than the in-house model? And maybe bring that risk.
I mean, we face those risks now, we face those risks ongoing. I think the argument for the CCO is a more singular focus on delivery of those three water services and a bringing together of technical expertise and awareness around that. It becomes very singular in its purpose and its intent. It's not influenced or modified by other issues that, particularly around council table, you've got to deal with a wide variety of issues. And I think that's one of the significant benefits from that, and a responsiveness to deal with changing circumstances probably faster than we're able to. And an efficiency of operations around that as well. But those are the general reasons why we would expect a CCO to deal with those risks in a better way than we can. There's also access to debt, access to expertise, but it's probably that single focus around that and a dedication to that. And as I said at the outset, this is a very big business in its own right. $150 million roughly a year. If you think about a business of that size and the focus that the business might like that would have.
Yeah, I'd just add to that it's the singular focus of the business and the governance, but it's also the professional board nature of the governance and the skills and expertise around that table. And all they are focused on is ensuring that they deliver on the water quality, economic, regulatory, outcomes which are all based around outcomes for the community. They're only focused on that, and they've got a full complement of technical skills in the areas required and it's singularly focused.
Thank you. And one other question, the concerns around council control and public ownership being retained. To me, the clues in the first two words, council controlled and council remaining a parent, so to speak,
Mhm.
of water services, but could you speak to how the model protects public ownership, the assets staying with us, the shareholder rights and things like that? How do we address the concerns that this is a loss of control, where you're saying that we're going to reach and be more engaged with this as a council than perhaps some of the other CCO assumptions?
So the planning and accountability framework, well, first of all, the legislation prohibits privatisation. So that's not something that can happen under the legislative model. In terms of the planning and accountability framework, one of the key tools that the council has is the statement of expectations, which is different to the statement of expectations that you have for different CCOs. That statement of expectations must be given effect to by the CCO, the Water Services CCO, and their water services strategy must demonstrate how they will give effect to the expectations set out in the statement of expectations. The council also determines the constitution. So when the services CCO is established, that's another opportunity to ensure that the organisation is set up in a way that the shareholder wants. You also appoint the board members. So in terms of ensuring that you have the right skills and expertise around the table, that's another part of ensuring that. So it is a more connected model. Oh, there's also a performance monitoring regime that requires 6 monthly reports and then an annual report specifically reporting on how the statement of expectations have been given effect to.
Okay, and just a little more detail on that. The assumption I've been queried with is that in my role as a councillor, somehow I'm more accountable under the status quo or the in-house model than the accountability of the directors within a professional CCO model. My personal understanding is that under the CCO model, the directors would hold more accountability than myself as an elected member.
Yes.
And the outputs of the business would be more accountable under a CCO model.
Yes.
Than we hold around here. Could you explain that a little more to me?
A good example of that is the liabilities associated with accountability under the Water Services Act. There's a specific carve out for elected members that means that you aren't liable for decisions made that relate to water quality. That relate to things that are covered by the Water Services Act. In a Water Services CCO world, the board does not get that carve out, so they have the same level of accountability and liability associated with their responsibilities as staff do. So that would be a higher level. They are also accountable to the community, not in the way that elected members are through elections, but they are required to consult with the community and engage with the community in the manner that you decide as the shareholder.
To reach that end outcome, which is more affordable and more efficient operation of water delivery.
Yes. Although you don't need to state that as a requirement of the Water Services CCO because that is the requirement of the economic regulation.
That's the overall outcome. Thank you. That's my questions.
Yeah.
That wouldn't harm to reiterate it though.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple. Just going back to the consultation, I feel like we had heaps go out at the same time, and I did feel like I asked this in Arrowtown, but why did we not offer no drop-in sessions to help inform people on this? And there was also talk about a video being created by the mayor or of the mayor talking about it, but I didn't see any of that for this. Is there a reason for that?
I can't comment specifically on that, but I suspect to do with the fact that we had a lot of consultation happening at the same time and workload associated with the materials for all of them.
I think also it's different to a lot of the consultation we do, which are about things in place, in spaces and time. This is effectively a commercial or a legal construct we're talking about.
Yeah.
That didn't seem to be the most appropriate tool to use to get feedback from the community.
Okay, right. There was reference to the regional deal and you spoke to it briefly. I guess I'm just wondering why we're putting emphasis on that in the sense that when we were talking regional deals, it was so clear that water was supposed not supposed to be anywhere near the regional deal, or we couldn't include it in any way in the regional deal. So I guess why would that influence this decision?
So water wasn't within the scope of the regional deal in that we were asked not to ask for solutions to water infrastructure problems. But from the beginning with the strategic framework for regional deals, it always indicated that there was an expectation that we, as we talked about, I think in the last meeting about regional deals, that we comprehensively implement the reform program of government. That was stated from the beginning, and it was stated in the press release that the government put out around regional deals. In terms of what that means, obviously the reforms are happening, they will become legislation, we will implement them. The discussions that have been had around the regional deal have highlighted just that they strongly encourage us to use the tools that they make available to us, including the Water Services CCO.
I don't think we should overestimate the Water Services CCO, but it is around the funding and finance tools, in particular government responding to local governments' concerns about high levels of debt and their inability to raise more debt to achieve the things they want to do. Obviously, one of the things that achieves with the CCO is that you transfer both the asset and that debt to the CCO. That does give us more debt headroom. It is one of the tools that the government is looking for local government to embrace as a response to future demands.
Thank you. Next question. You talked a little bit about the significance and engagement policy and the consultation that would be required and that the council would get to approve it. Can you just confirm what the council would get to approve there? Because I think my understanding when you first said it was that the council would get to approve the consultation, but are you meaning that, but then I think later on, is it that the council gets to approve the significance and engagement policy?
Yes, and the policy would indicate under what circumstances the CCO is required to consult and engage with the community and in what manner, but also through the statement of expectation, it can be made clear which things the shareholder would expect the CCO to consult with the community on. Okay, and would there be any way through that significance and engagement policy with regard, I guess this is a great example, this consultation, how we've had clear feedback from the consultation, yet we've still got the opposing view in front of us. So is there any way through that significance and engagement policy that if a consultation took place, that the views of the public would be listened to? I'm not sure I worded that. I know what you mean. I don't think I can't answer that, but it's similar to the Local Government Act. So I suspect it would be similar to our current significance and engagement policy in that respect. But I would just note that in terms of the consultation feedback we've received, while on the face of it, 75% don't support the CCO, they support in-house. A lot of those that the concern raised about the CCO, for example, a lot of it was about the cost of water services, which isn't about the CCO or in-house, and about the uncertainty over the cost of a future CCO, which actually the information that is in front of us is exactly the same information for both an in-house and a CCO. So it's a complex subject for the community to get their head around, and for you and for us.
Yeah, I think I got that at the end. Yeah. Thank you.
My councillors, we just stay on topic. It's not about consultation, it's about CCOs and the in-house option. So just try and keep it on topic, please. Nikki.
Thank you. I've had a few. So the first one, I think, around bringing some, I don't know, something tangible to just talk about into the room, because we've sort of talked about hypotheticals. We've got in-house and we've made some assumptions about which would be better, but I still can't picture what an improved in-house model is like. I can less picture what the CCO looks like in practice. So are we walking into a room? Who's in the room? What's happening to our staff? I'm just interested in some commentary around that because presumably we're going to be developing a transition plan by November. Then we must have some concept of what we would be setting up. Could you explain a bit about what you have in mind there?
Well, I think, I mean, broadly, we'd be going through the steps that you would take when you set up any effective new organisation. So part of that is around, particularly there's the transfer of assets, there's the transfer largely of skills, and there's the establishment of the governance arrangements over that organisation. I think we've identified, we've been quite clear that our most significant and complex part of the transition is the transition of staff and the management of stranded assets. So basically, effectively, those resources and staff who are not fully engaged in the water services, but might provide part of their job might be supporting the water services entity. So we've signalled that our preference is obviously a staged management of that change over time, but also using the purchase of services from council for a period of time.
Can you explain which services?
Well, HR services or people and capability services, some of our financial services, some of our knowledge management services, so IT capability capacity. So those things would need to be transitioned to the new entity, or subsets of them would need to be transitioned to the new entity.
Does it have a physical presence somewhere?
Are you asking about the in-house option or the CPO?
That's what I'm trying to get at. I'm trying to understand because we've been given a hypothetical comparison between these. We've been given a comparison between these sort of hypothetical models. But what I'm sensing from the discussion, if I'm going to be really direct, is that we're probably going to use our staff and our systems. We're just replacing councillors with a technical board. And if it's more than that, I think we need to know, I'd like to understand a bit more about.
Well, I think ultimately it is more than that, but in the initial phases, it will be that for some time as we transition through to a full CCO.
So we're setting up a CCO that our staff will continue to operate it as they have potentially, but we will just have experts, not councillors, making the decision.
Well, we will have staff, we will transition our staff, and there'll be processes that we need to go through as part of that, and there will be processes that basically manage those resources in the short term that a CCO needs to function that can practically be provided by council. But over time, as that CCO matures, and that maturing maybe 5 to 10 years, you would imagine that they would establish their own technology, their own technology base, their own finance base, their own people and capability base.
I think it's also key to note that whilst definitely to start with, it's the same people, they may be structured in a totally different way and they are only focused on water. And they are led by people who are only focused on water, and they're governed by people only focused on water.
Is why can't we do that without creating a CCO? We can.
Well,
why can't we?
Well, it's not a case of, well, we can duplicate those sorts of things, but what we can't duplicate is the governance model.
So on the governance.
So no, let me finish. And obviously we can't duplicate some of the financial structures and advantages that are only able to be accrued to a CCO.
And at a leadership level as well. So the chief executive of the water services CCO is only focused on water services.
So understanding that we're using our people and it will look the same for a number of years. And what we want is the singular focus, which could be achieved in-house. The technical expertise on the board. What are your thoughts around why we can't co-opt expertise onto a committee, dedicated Three Waters committee that could meet as often as it needed to, that could have as much expertise there as it needed? I don't understand the difference, and I'm not sure the community does either.
Well, I think that the difference is, as outlined, when you've got a wholly focused governance board and an organisation which is dedicated. So, go back to the principles of the division of labour. You've got a singly focused activity, a specialist area of expertise, and both a governance structure and an organisational structure that is simply focused on that. That's where those efficiencies are gained. And also over time, we've talked about the ability for those CCOs to aggregate. So as those CCOs start to aggregate, that's what happens as the government intended. You get that aggregation of capability and capacity.
So by creating the CCO, we enable the aggregation.
Well, I think you certainly create an easier pathway for that efficiency and that agglomeration of resources to be achieved.
Sorry, can I just, we did actually assess that, and that was presented in the previous paper in terms of the options assessment. So establishing a committee is problematic. Well, it's problematic in that it can't make decisions because of the decision-making framework under the LGA. So it does work and it provides advice, but the decisions get made by the councils because the decisions in terms of, say, investment, they can't, a committee can't make those. Also, those directors wouldn't get the carve out of liability that elected members have. So those directors, not directors, those independent appointees would take on liability without actually being the decision makers.
So those decision-making and consultation requirements that sit the LGA disappear with the technical board. Look, just a question.
No,
It's not, it's just the decision maker, whereas in the committee, they're not, you are.
Could we not co-opt expertise anyway? I mean, anyway, I can talk about that later. Just a quick question around the SOE, because it's sort of a statement in there that this gives us more control. I get that the statement of expectations is stronger because they have to give effect to it, but we can't go in and take their statement of intent and direct them to change it, correct?
They don't have a statement of intent.
They don't have a statement.
They have a water services strategy.
Okay, that's great, thank you. And just a point on liability, just clearing this up, because I got the sense that maybe staff were concerned about the liability that was sitting with them with decisions because councillors are accountable every 3 years, but we don't have financial liability other than our councillor pay. Just a question, if a group of staff gave good advice to the council as experts, and the councillors went against that advice, and going against that advice caused an issue, would the staff be liable?
No.
Yeah.
No, they wouldn't be liable. I mean, and we face that every day, but there are certain instances where there would be liability. So I would, as a PCBU, I would still hold liability if council made a bad decision, but generally, no.
I was going to say in the water service delivery area, despite a council decision, staff might have to make a decision that made sure we were producing safe water, irrespective of the council decision. I think we'd still make it. We wouldn't like to get to that point, but I think ultimately I wouldn't want to be sitting in my seat relying on a council decision not to do something that then caused injury or deaths out there.
Actually, so there are, sorry, I'll just correct myself, there actually are penalties to staff. I see Simon nodding in the background, the water space. If ultimately we or anybody else inadvertently or deliberately through a decision of council make people unwell or poison people, there are actually direct liabilities, including imprisonment for staff.
Even if the staff recommended something different?
No. I think if we recommended doing something, and council said no, we don't have a defence if that something meant that the decision to say no meant that we caused injury. We couldn't rely on a council political decision to protect us from that liability.
Really?
No.
Interesting. Okay.
In fact, we wouldn't go with that decision. We'd make the decision that protected our own and protected ourselves.
So then you're not exposed. And just the last question,
we'd be exposed because we'd be acting in defiance of our own employer.
Yeah.
So just look, last question. There were some really good questions from submitters, and one was from Trent Beckman Cross, and he's just made, and you will have read the submission, so you hopefully can answer it. He's just said private sector organisations typically outperform public sector ones, but that's because of superior incentives rather than having smarter senior leadership. The two main sources of incentives for private sector leaders to perform are removed in the water services CCO proposal. The business is set up so it can't be privatised, and the council is guaranteeing the debt. So neither of the sources of funding is applying normal private sector disciplines, how will the CCO model drive typical levels of private sector performance?
I think it's a view of one submitter.
What's the question
So I mean,
around the funding?
so we have a
incentive?
number of CCOs that have appropriate incentive schemes within them, but we don't need to have a profit driven to incentivise that.
Well, the economic regulation provides the same incentive because it requires the same thing, value for money, cost
But then it
effectiveness,
would apply the same,
quality of services.
where the same regulation would apply to the full council, so.
But our ability to deliver on that
But
would
you've
be
got this-
undermined by not having a singular focus,
Which is,
singularly focused leadership and expert governance.
which we could achieve
Okay,
without
hang on.
creating CCO.
So
Okay.
in terms of remuneration practices under CCO would be a lot more flexible than under a council, and there are ways of dealing with that. And there are some limitations on what we can do as a council that would not be there for the CCO. That's one of the issues.
I would just note, sorry, but we do not achieve, contrary to your comment there, councillor, we do not achieve the same level of governance under a committee that might be established under a council as we do under a fully governed and managed CCO. The fundamental.
DC, Matt?
Thank you. Given the discussion we've just been talking about, the regulation is sort of coming in front of us now. I'm just really curious, depending on which way the vote goes today, if we did choose the in-house option, what is the difference in terms of how we would treat it in the next 3 to 6 months, in terms of it's going to take a while for the CCO to stand up. Staff in-house are going to be doing the work anyway, regardless. The regulations are going to tell us what we can and can't do under both models. What does the next 3 to 6 months look like in terms of being different with either model? And what I'm sort of getting at here is this potentially could be a decision that if we go in-house today, the next council could decide to go for a CCO next year or whenever time. Is that possible at all, or is that off the table?
So if we, so in terms of the next 3 to 6 months, I'll address that part first. Under whichever decision you make today, the team will be equally focused on implementing the changes that are coming with the legislation. There'll be a water services CCO will take some time to establish, but as Mike alluded to, the first period of that planning will be looking to explore probably with you and with other potential partners whether a partnered option is preferable to a single council CCO anyway. But in terms of the decision to go in-house versus CCO, that will depend entirely on how our water services delivery plan is received by DIA. So as Mike indicated, the Minister has been very vocal in public settings and conferences in the last month that he's already appointed a panel of Crown facilitators and Crown specialists that he is ready to deploy on receipt of the water services delivery plans if those water services delivery plans don't indicate what they're wanting to see. And I think he probably already has a list of people he might be wanting to send them to. I don't think we're on it at the moment, but they've been very clear that they want people to use the tools given to them. Their preference is definitely to move in the water services CCO realm, and they have the power under the legislation to not accept our water service delivery plan if they think the future service delivery model is not going to deliver the benefits that they want to see out of the reforms as a whole. So I can't answer that because that would be dependent on DIA's, well, the Secretary of Local Government and then the Minister of Local Government's acceptance or not of our water service delivery plan.
So I'd also say there are some similarities in terms of after your decision that they are fundamentally different decisions to go down CCO or an in-house. Well, we have to ring fence the financial systems in terms of in-house. We have to do that with the external. But those two decisions are not the same in terms of the next series of steps that follow on from that. And if you make a decision,
6 months.
Yeah.
we don't have 3 to 6 months. You know, we've also got to make. So we've also got to make. We've got to run the business. We've got to keep that business going. We cannot afford to have sort of another 6, 7, 8 months of indecision, in my view. And my view, the decision that you make is which path you go fundamentally changes the next series of steps we need to deal with, and how we deal with the financial ring fencing, how we identify the roles, everything. They're not the same for the next 3 to 6 months. Just to be clear.
No, if you decide on a CCO, there's a program of work that has to start immediately in order to start preparing for that. If we waited 6 months, we would lose that time in establishing the CCO.
I think there's two other aspects there. One is, and I alluded to it before, I think there's a real risk that based on the direction of the minister, in a situation if we're not charting our own course forward, it will be charted for us.
Yeah.
And it's a very different position for council to be in, for myself as chief executive and the organisation to be in. Also, I think we need to think this is very long-term change. As much as we talk about things happening very short term, we and the rest of New Zealand is facing basically, a very, very significant change in the way we deliver things. And we are going to only see some of those benefits accrue over a longer time period, but they will accrue.
So the Crown Facilitator and Crown Specialist process, they have the power to come in and direct us in anything in our water service delivery plan, essentially.
And just I'm trying to clarify in my mind just how the statutory responsibilities for elected members compare to professional directors. What additional disciplines would a professional directors have to face?
Sorry, I'm not 100%. So we talked about the Water Services Act, where they have accountability and liability under that act, where you don't. What other?
Other statutory responsibilities a professional governance person has to consider with their decision making?
Well, there's the professional director requirements in terms of fiduciary duty and that apply to all boards of commercial entities that would apply to the board of the CCO that don't apply in this scenario.
And you would end up, with an expert board in the same way as you have an expert board for any other company where they would have directors with specific skills that they were trying to ensure they achieve.
Thanks.
Hi, Chair, just a quick one. Just remind me, when is the water service delivery plan due, required?
It's due to be submitted on the 3rd of September and you'll be receiving it at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Because this decision determines what's in that plan, because that plan has to be based on the future service delivery model.
Any further questions? Just wanted to go back to something that you said earlier, like as well, is that if we went for a CCO, I'd take that it was a standalone CCO, but did you say that within the timeframe of setting that up could still be considered to be a joint, or that the joint idea might happen after setting up?
I think that there's flexibility for us. I mean, I think the key thing is, yes, we could end up for a period with a standalone CCO. I think ultimately, if the direction of travel is what we've seen in previous reforms, we will get to larger groupings of organisations. I mean, one of the things we've set aside some capacity to do is to see and to come back to council to see how quickly that could happen or what the appetite is, because coming back to council at this point, we do start to see some implementation benefits if we start to join up with the right other CCOs.
But initially, if the decision's made today for a CCO option, it would be based on standard.
It would be on that on the CCO, that's correct.
It's interesting that the government's direction seem to have been to recommend, joint services. But why have they left? Do we know why they left an in-house option on the table?
Seeing as that,
because they wanted to make the choice available to local government to choose.
Well, there you go.
Rather than being directed.
I think what we have seen is that, and we are speculating, but I think as the government has seen increasingly, and particularly in the South Island, less so the North Island, less appetite for new models of governance, the government has become more expressive in terms of what its intention is.
And one thing that has concerned me as well is that we're basing a lot of this around a bill that's currently before Parliament, but it isn't actually law yet. Do we have any idea when it's likely to
be passed into law? And
Very soon, but I don't know exactly when. But yeah.
okay, just, yeah.
So it's
Never happens on a Friday, councillor.
It's been through the select committee process. The select committee has recommended amendments. As it goes through the parliamentary process, there's less likelihood, less opportunity for changes, particularly in the current government structure.
Yeah, my concern is that we're trying to chase something that we can't catch because it keeps getting away from us. But
So just expanding on that, the third reading is the next step.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the final.
And
Still amendment papers being put in.
just to go into a little bit more detail, maybe, I don't know whether we'll have this information, but do we know how many full-time equivalent position staff roles, including vacant ones we currently have, that are solely related to water services?
I don't have information in front of me.
We do have, we would have information.
Asked GPT, that's not credible.
And then I guess equally, we probably don't have an idea necessarily how many of those there would be under a CCO model at this stage. What do we know?
I think there's a lot of work to it, and in those sectors, a lot of consultation with staff, so it'll be wrong to speculate on numbers at this point. We've got some responsibilities to our organisation.
Yeah. It was really just to get an idea of, you know, the number of staff that are required to provide the services as an organisation, in what we currently do.
So that will be part of the organisation design phase of the transition implementation, because we haven't got a decision yet. We've only done kind of high level planning for that next phase.
No, that's understood. And then a final question relates to developer contributions or levies as they might become. How would they be collected in relation to water services under the CCO model? Would the council still be collecting those based on resource consents, or would the CCO collect those under some?
So CCOs will be able to collect their own, but that will be worked in the transition period. They are able to, well, not they're able to, they are able to, and they will likely continue to rely on the council DC policy. And because there would likely be purchase services for a period after the establishment, probably it would still be charged and collected by QLDC as well. Under the future development levy process, that'll all look very different anyway. So I don't think we can comment on how the CCO would do that versus QLDC, because we're not even sure how it will work under the future. But the legislation provides for the CCO to separately collect DCs.
I mean, obviously there's DCs for different things as well, so the council will probably still collect some for this.
Yes.
Yes.
If we go for the CCO model. Okay, those are my questions.
Just for clarification, Tony, you mentioned 150 million for the years that OPEX and CAPEX combined.
Yeah, if you take the whole size of the business,
in
places.
Right.
Roughly about that.
Yep. And then just clarification for everyone, 9% FFO, that is purely only for water services, CCO. There's been no change within an in-house.
So the LGFA has confirmed that the way that we currently structure our borrowing would continue to apply from their perspective, but we can't be certain that DIA won't require us to meet the FFO requirement anyway. At the moment, there isn't a technical requirement from LGFA, but it's unclear whether DIA will try and enforce that for councils, even though it's not a thing for councils.
Hang on, so if that is forced upon us, the benefits of the short term of an in-house disappear straight away. Okay, thank you. Rightio. With that, you've got the resolutions before you. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Barry. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Lisa. Open to discussion. So I'm going to be no discussion. I'll put it up. I'll go Lisa and then I'll go Nikki.
Thank you. Yeah, I know the hours of work that every single one of us has put to this, and the consideration of the community sentiment is one that we've really struggled to hear and balance here. I've looked at every submission received and also tried hard to apply my own governance lens to this. Approximately 100 submissions represents less than 0.2% of our 52,000 strong district-wide community. And while many were opposed, the volume to me doesn't constitute a mandate for this decision. I've weighed all the feedback and I've really given my attention to the reasoning and the evidence-based responses, including talking to many of our colleagues and other councils and also Tim Cadogan at Te Mata OTY to form my opinions on this. What stood out to me out of the submissions too was a little bit of a systemic or recurring contradiction, and that many submitters oppose the CCO while criticising our current in-house model for underperformance, poor transparency and lack of accountability. And so if we are in agreement that the status quo isn't delivering the best water outcomes that we can, then how can we not be open to a model that might provide us with hope of a way to do this better? I support the CCO option because this isn't a step towards privatisation. That is a long reach. This is still public ownership retained. The council controlled organisation would remain 100% council owned, with strong governance and community accountability tools available to us, including open annual meetings, stronger reporting requirements, and the retention of our shareholder rights. It strengthens our compliance and our delivery. A dedicated entity with specialist focus gives us the very best shot at meeting national water standards that are high standards to keep our people safe and to keep our environment safe as well, and avoiding costly penalties, which we've already experienced and been exposed to over recent history, and still protects our local control. It does enable us to plan better for the long term because it separates out these long life infrastructure assets from short-term political cycles. This has been before, I think now 3 or 4 national governments and probably as many local councils. And even our moves today around amendments and discussions over the last 48 hours showed to me and in the public forum this morning how this is being positioned as a political decision with even threats of these members being voted out on the basis of our decision today. While that's a really hard call to make, and I know many of us lay awake last night thinking that our votes today might mean that we're not sitting here at the next triennium, I really had to make my decision based on what gives us the best opportunity for capital planning discipline, safeguarding our council debt limits, and ensuring that the right expertise, the technical expertise, is applied to these critical water assets. Because no matter all the discussion I did, all the reading I did, and it was more than 60 hours just in preparing for today's meeting without our earlier workshops or discussions all through this training. I'm not a water expert. I cannot make decisions based on what is the best outcome for the future delivery that is the most future fit and responsible path forward to ensure that we solve our infrastructure challenges, that we can finance it appropriately, and we can deliver solutions that are better for safe drinking water, environmentally safe disposal and treatment of our wastewater and stormwater, where we still have the ownership and control by being able to direct a more skilled organisation to take some of the focus for us. Because just looking at the other work that we also had to fit in around our 60 hours of preparation for this and every other piece of reform and work that comes at these elected members, I would like to suggest we all give it our best. We see that in all the hours we put in, and it's not enough. And that was the piece that Tim Cadogan said to me a couple of weeks ago, was that we spend many sleepless hours valuing and weighing up technical information, but we are not water services delivery experts. And here's an opportunity for us to actually put some skill and some discipline behind how we deliver those assets for the long term, outside of whether I'm sitting here in 3 months' time, or any of us are. So thank you for letting me speak to that. It's been a really challenging choice, and I know all of our necks are actually on the line with this, but I have to make a brave call for the long-term future of this district and say that I believe being able to ring fence responsibly our spending and our financial management is what's important moving forward. So I'm in support of the CCO. Thank you.
Lisa, Vicky.
Thanks. Yeah, to your point, Lisa, I found it interesting too that despite all the negative comments about how we're doing all the disasters we've, sort of seen recently, people still want us to keep this in-house. And I don't think it's a knee-jerk reaction. The submitters, they were very articulate and very knowledgeable and raised some very, very good points. And I think we need to listen because that's our job, right? So anyway, look, there's so much to unpack in this. The debt thing, we haven't really talked about today, but I'm still concerned that this is about creating debt availability, and yeah, I get it, we need it. But we should be cutting our cloth and trying to manage things. Like I do worry that by shifting the three waters debt across and creating more debt headroom, we're going to spend more and we're going to hit households with more costs. And I think at the end of the day, that's what this whole thing was about, from central government. It always has been that we have a funding issue and we need money, and we need to keep the costs of services to people down. And I don't know how we're going to do that if one of the benefits is that we have more money as QLDC to spend. The households are going to pay all those bills at the end of the day. There is a lot to this. I don't want any of us to be making this decision based on fear or pressure. And it does feel like a fear and pressure environment. It does feel like, despite the fact that the legislation says we can do what we want and we have a choice, we're being told about all these discussions and all these pressures that are going on in the background, and yet none of them are flat out in front of us anywhere. And it feels really disingenuous to be pressured in that way. If that was the case, we didn't have a choice, or those things should have been mentioned to the community. Yeah, I'm really struggling with that side of things, because what I see is a government that has said you can do what you like. They have said it must be financially sustainable, or I forget what the word is, and both options are. And remember, neither option is the status quo. Both options are improvement. So look, it feels I guess where I get to is this feels like we're jumping into something too quickly. We've got two options in front of us. One is improve our in-house model, improve our staff, and get expertise on a dedicated committee, segregate the staff off so they have more focus, which is all we're going to be doing anyway under CCO model. Why would we not, when the bill isn't even law yet, when we don't know what CODC and Waitaki and so on are doing, because there may yet be something that we could join. If we can't join, what are the benefits? But we're saying that we're going to look at, this is the first step to joining something bigger. Why, if it's not about financial sustainability, because we can do that what is the purpose of this aggregation? Is it ultimately privatisation, because all that takes is a law change? I don't know. Looking at what I've got in front of me, we can do what we want. Option one is an improvement, which doesn't look far different from what we would do under a CCO. We can get technical expertise. It is what our communities want. And this is a core function of councils, right? Three Waters is our core services. What I see happening at the moment is the guts getting stripped out of local government. We're potentially losing Three Waters. We've lost the well-beings. We're losing planning ability. What is left? And I think we have to look at that bigger picture. We have to look at what our community wants. And I don't see why we can't achieve the benefits of the CCO, bar losing the debt, with an excellent in-house model. We can do, I just think we need to step up our game and do better. So, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, well, firstly, I do acknowledge these submissions, and like was pointed out earlier, it's not actually a numbers game. It's what's been put forward there. There's also taking into account, we've heard responses to those submissions based on some changes that government's already made. based on our modelling, so therefore I'm quite happy to accept, or I think they've been adequately addressed. Most of the comments have been raised in submissions. The other key one of the big things is the more efficient debt management. I do acknowledge what Nikki's saying, that just because you've got more headroom, that's where, when you're wondering what the council is going to be doing without Three Waters, what the council should be doing is looking at how to get the rates burden on ratepayers down, not spending the headroom and creating more rates liability, but making sure you do get things done that the community need. Confident the stranded costs which are being talked about will be reduced over time, and particularly with the use of council services. And I did ask the question about, was raised a bit about development contributions. There's also there's got to be independence, but there's got to be integration too, tying in with our planning, subdivisions, and all that sort of work, and with the CCO. I have had a big discussion with senior engineer who was involved with previous CCOs, the engineering CCO we used to have here. And there's been some comment, oh, we've done it in the past, didn't work so well. We're in a totally different environment under a different act. And if you go back into history, understanding what led to that CCO, why that CCO failed or was stopped, we've got a different beast here. But two of the key things that have been talked about with the CCO, two of the most important things are set up to structure, not have too much or not have interference, day-to-day interference by council staff and councillors, and appoint the appropriate type of director. Once you get those two things right, the CCO will be successful. We've got all the government oversight rules, accountability, regulatory, financial, all over that. And we've got an SOE which they have to give effect to. So we've got a better model than we've had in the past, and that we do have under the Local Government Act. Public engagement, yes, I know. To me, looking back at the LTP and annual plans over the years, when you get into technical things like Three Waters, the number of submissions aren't that great. Once you start talking about council buildings, sports fields, art centres, that's where the community really get excited. So I still believe, with the rules being put in place, that the CCO will still have to put out to the public what's going on, and we'll have to, as councillors, as the shareholder, make sure that happens. But I don't believe it's such a big issue as some make it out to be. Bureaucracy. Well, I hardly see that the CCO bureaucracy can be any greater than the council bureaucracy. And that is my final point. I know there was some other things. No, that's it. So I support going to the CCO model. And like I keep saying, we keep doing the same old thing. We're going to get the same outcome. The government's driving us in the direction to try and get a better outcome. And I think we need to go with it. Thank you.
Yeah, Ferg, and then I'll go to Ross. Yeah, sorry, go.
Right, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm not on the list yet.
Thank you.
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you. Sorry. Through the chair, thank you. For me, this is a major decision a couple of months out from an election that will bind the next council. I am aware that we have to get to a decision point today. It's extremely clear. I guess, I was favouring maybe booting it for touch and dealing with it in that way, but that can't happen here today. Consultation is consultation for me, whether we're consulting around a playground or even local water done well. And we can break it down any way that we want. And I guess we've been privy to that as councillors over this last term. There were some well-worded responses that caught my eye in reading the submissions, especially for those that wanted to keep it in-house. I guess I'm thinking about kicking it down the road and that not being possible, and having to get ourselves to a point today and making a decision. I guess I'll leave it by saying that I have to make my mind up very quickly. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I touched on it in my questions, in that look, I believe we're often in the business of solving problems. If I take it back to the beginning of this process and keeping in mind we're on the third revision of major Three Waters reform that I've sat at this table regarding, and, you know, as I said, the reasons for the problem statement we have was really clear to me, that it was around regulation and better performance, and then around cost effectiveness. I don't see the establishment of CCO as solving either of those problems at this point, because we're getting the better regulation. We've assumed the outcomes are the same because we have the same budget. We said you've made the assumption on the same budget and the same outcomes and the same regulation over the period of time, and that we don't have any economies of scale. If we're faced with the decision to combine with other parties, my decision might be different today, but I don't see we're solving any of the problems that we started with. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, when staff first presented the CCO model, I backed it based on that evaluation. And I definitely understand the hypothetical benefits that have been outlined today. Certainly around scale, but we've talked about the issues around that not happening, and access to capital and operational efficiencies and regulation through ComCom. But after deeper scrutiny and with ongoing political shifts and the new legislative changes since consultation, plus the overwhelming community feedback, I've basically changed my mind on it. So I think where we're at now is I feel like we're having to justify why we're going ahead with the CCO and choosing to negate the community concerns around that. I don't think this was ever really a choice. I think that the coalition government didn't want to be seen to mandate this because of the Labour government and what they did and how that got them into trouble. So, you know, we're being told we've got a choice, but it's not really, let's face it. Well, we do, and that's why I'll be voting against it. But, you know, as the CEO has pointed out, it might be chartered for us, and maybe that's the case. So I think I basically now believe that we should reject it, and I think that we should be consulting on all the evidence and info that we have. I realise that pragmatically we can't do that, and I realise it's not popular because of the timelines involved with the water services delivery plan. But I think I agree, like with what you've said and others have said, Q, around the CCO model. To me, doesn't actually fix our core problems. It assumes technical expertise that we haven't yet built, and it relies on the capability of many of the same people. So all this kind of hypothetical kind of juggling is actually a lot of the same storytelling in either case. It's also being pitched as a more adaptable to future reforms, which it is, that's true, but that's only a fact because of the directives that are being kind of forced upon us through that political narrative. And if future reforms head towards privatisation at any point, then I do also agree with some of our submitters that it does make that an easier pathway. And I agree with your point that that is a long reach, but it's happened in other countries, and it's a concern for me. So most of my concerns, as you can hear, sit outside of what we've done internally, and I really want to acknowledge the staff because you've done an amazing job and you've had to flip-flop with whatever you've been given as well. My second major point is around, we ran public consultation, 75% of submitters rejected the CCO model. And for such an important structural and governance decision, I feel like it should have been a longer consultation period and it should have given people greater opportunity to engage. I really don't think we can just choose to say now that only 115 people out of 52,000 have engaged and that we disregard it for that reason. I mean, that's consultation, that's why we do it. So that's on us. If we didn't do it well or we couldn't, that's on us, but I realise that's also come from above. To proceed anyway would undermine the credibility of any of our consultation process, and I think the fact that under the LGA we should be giving it due regard. We already mentioned in my question earlier that it's not just about numbers, so I've just touched on numbers. It's on the quality of the information and the evidence that is provided in that consultation. But much of the info and evidence wasn't in there because we didn't have it. So we've consulted partially on it because that was our only choice. So the legislative landscape has changed, and it's done so to respond to a more focused kind of regulatory model and alignment with this coalition and its government's objectives. So I think that now we have further evidence to support a CCO, if that's the case, given the legislative changes, then really we should be testing that with the public. So that's, you know, essentially where I sit. And I guess the last thing that I'd say is that in other meetings, we've talked about elected members being too political and lacking capability, which are arguably both true. But democracy is political, and all of this is political. It's driven politically from our current coalition government, and it is our job. And if capability is not there, then we need to upskill, and we've talked about that a lot in this council, and we need to invest in that. So if strengthening governance is what we need to do, then we need to invest in that. And I think the last point I'd make is that we just need to be really careful around the language we're using when we're comparing the two, because we're not comparing the CCO to before. But we're not comparing it to the status quo. The two future options look different to the option that we have now. So, yeah, thank you.
Cody, Mel, Barry, maybe Barry's last, isn't it? Oh, no, sorry, let's leave you to last, Barry. Yeah. So you want to sneak in? We'll go to Cody first.
I support the CCO model, but I'm no expert on water infrastructure. I'm just here because I'm popular, which is nice to say out loud. The staff are the brains of it all, and they went through extremely rigorous modelling to play out every conceivable pro and con. And it's pretty hard to argue when the CCO model comes out on top 20 times out of 23 scenarios, even after modelling ways for it not to win, just to see what we could be missing. Is the debate on cost. Majority of submissions in favour of in-house model site reservations on medium-term costs. Usually don't hear people talk much about medium-term costs. My assumption is probably because it serves to ignore the benefits of the long-term in the indifference of the short-term. I think staff have highlighted today those issues on costs aren't well founded either. There's a concern about less control. The reason no one here campaigned on delivering essential water infrastructure is because I believe we all agree it's a non-negotiable. It doesn't need politicians. People just want efficiency and for it to work. The irony in the point that there's a distrust in QLDC's ability to manage the entity effectively. Well, if the people don't trust the council to manage something new, clinging to the old system won't fix it. It just says we're afraid to try better and we risk repeating the same mistakes just because it's familiar. There are concerns about the CCO model. To that, I say I'm happy I'm not running an airport on top of everything else in this role. We're part-time politicians, swayed by sentiment over substance at times. We can't be everything to everyone, despite the enormous pressure we put on ourselves to know it all. I think experts accountable to the consequences of their decisions is a healthy incentive structure. I've at times shared thoughts with some submissions around the one-stop shop argument. It's hard to dig up a road without coming across some pipes, fees with consenting, etc. Then I thought, an electrician and a plumber don't work for the same company, yet they can still build the same house. In fact, the frames are made by one company and installed on site by another. And then roofers, tilers, plasterers, painters, carpet layers, the list of businesses goes on, yet the house is still built in a cost-efficient and high standard. The days of one guy doing everything are far gone. And I'm sure the jack of all trades builder was convenient, but I bet the tiling was a little agricultural. I say that as my dad is still building his house 20 years later. The price we consistently pay for trying to do everything all at once is time. And I think there's plenty of evidence to suggest that we are struggling to keep pace. I just urge councillors to think of what's best over a longer term horizon, because we've done the same for decades and the cracks are showing. I know people don't talk about future generations anymore, but they won't have written submissions to this. Please also consider what's in their best interest when you make your decision today.
Yeah.
Thank you. Like everyone around the table, I have been thinking long and hard on this, and I come back to what brought me to the council table and what my role is. And we took an oath when we started here, and it was, that promise was not a formality, it was a commitment to act with integrity and listen and to represent the will of the community. The will of the community on this issue couldn't be clearer. 75% of the submissions opposed the proposed CCO model. It's not a slim margin or a mixed result. It was overwhelming. If we pass this motion today, we are not ignoring the public, we are overriding them. We are choosing to disregard what they've told us in consultation and what they continue to tell us in conversation. They don't want to lose control over water. They are deeply and rightfully concerned about costs. The costs are rising regardless, but the proposal comes with a high estimation of establishment costs plus stranded costs, just to create a new layer of bureaucracy. That's before you even factor in duplicated services and a highly paid professional board. These are all new costs, additional costs, and they're entirely avoidable. We know that water charges are already projected to rise sharply in the coming years. So how can we in good conscience add more pressure to households now just to build a structure the community didn't ask for? We're being told this model will deliver long-term savings. We can't guarantee that. What is certain that households will pay more in the next 10 years under this model. And here's a critical point. The decision is almost in front of us, is almost impossible to reverse. If we establish a CCO, we're talking about transferring assets, creating a new legal entity. It's a one-way door. If we find out later that it doesn't work, we won't be able to undo it without enormous disruption and costs. But if we do retain it in-house, improve performance, and still find later that it's not delivering, we can always move or may be forced to move to a CCO later. That path remains open to us. It gives us flexibility and most importantly allows us to move with the community and not ahead of them. To suggest that creating a CCO will benefit the regional negotiations to me is a little misleading. We should not be giving up local water or control of local water services before negotiations have even begun, especially when there's currently no mandate or requirement to do so. Water should not be used as a bargaining chip. We all want the best outcomes for our district, but rushing into an expensive, irreversible governance change without public support is not good governance. It's risky, it's unnecessary, and it undermines trust. The in-house model is viable. It meets the new regulatory requirements. It allows for expert input and organisational reform if we want it, but it keeps water delivery under public control and it keeps our options open. Please do listen to our community. The short-term costs are high and the public confidence is low. Respect the clear feedback that we've received, preserve our ability to adapt, and let's not walk through a door that we cannot close. I will be saying no.
Yes, yeah, okay. I haven't written a speech like everyone else, so I'm just trying to collect my thoughts here, and part of the discussion that we've had today. And this is a prime example of where council is in a effluent sandwich once again, and the pressure from central government, and it doesn't matter which party's in power at the time. Either major party is putting pressure on local governments, and this is an exact example of where we really have been voluntold once again, this is what you're doing. Yes, we have a choice in front of us. To be honest with you, when I started thinking about how I was going to vote, and I'm still thinking about it, the three things that comes back to me is cost, efficiency and quality. Now, we haven't spoken about cost and efficiency and which model is going to be better. Obviously, the modelling that was presented to us suggests that a CCO model is more cost effective in the long run, possibly more efficient. But the reality is a model looking at that span of distance and time is challenging. And I'll take my hat off to you and your team for even trying to model this sort of stuff. And then I think about the funding models, the growth of the district, and the policy and regulatory changes that are going to keep on coming. And in 6 months' time, it's going to change again, I'm sure. That's extremely challenging for us to then go draw a line in the sand and say, right, CCO is better or an in-house model is better. And I hope the public listening today is not judging anyone in this room based on which way they vote, because if we stuck you in this same situation, I'm sure you would be pretty challenged about, with all the information in front of us, about which way to go. Look, the reality is if it stays as an in-house model, I believe politically we're going to get pushed towards a model that's probably closer to a CCO in the future. That's the reality of it. The irony wasn't lost on me about the fact that we get a lot of criticism as council about how we service water, and yet the in-house model is the preferred option still. I do find that is extremely ironic. It does concern me the fact that we only had about 100 submitters. Like, this is the biggest decision we have to make. It's the thing that we spend our most money on as a council, as ratepayers, and yet only 100 and something people submitted. Now, is that because the council didn't get it right in terms of its ability to get out to the public and get them really engaged in submitting? Or is it the fact that people just don't care? And I surveyed over the last week a lot of people who I've never seen submit before, but I know them, and I said, hey, look, these are your two options. These are pros and cons. Which way would you go? And the feedback I pretty much got is, as long as my tap turns on and the water comes out and I don't get sick of it, and as long as I press the button and you know, whatever's in the toilet goes away, I'm all good. So the reality is most people don't care about water because it's not sexy. That's the reality of it. So the decision we make today is going to be for a community that's 100 and something odd ratepayers. Most of them don't care as long as they get quality water servicing, and that it's cost reasonable. I don't think anyone can sit in this room right now and go, it's going to be a cheaper option one way or another. It's really difficult to pick that one. So I'm not going to tell you which way I go yet. So need a coin to figure that one.
Yep. Yes, me too. I also get a blank sheet of paper earlier in the week. I was intending to write something to say on, but I filled it up with a whole lot of little notes. And I'm also in a situation where I was very certain when we voted to go out for consultation on which option I would do. Having read through all of these pages of submissions in the last week, since more than a week since I first saw them, it has really made me question where I stand on it. And I have read all of the submissions, even the last late ones that came in that disappeared off into a spam folder. And I acknowledge the concerns that submitters on both sides of for both options have given us. As Matt has said, we have sat through a lot of information over the last year or so, and especially with what we've had to deal with in the last week. Probably we've had this information, the agenda, for a week, and I've spent more than half of that time looking at this item and doing other background reading on water services bills and other acts that are in place and what other councils have done and why they've done it. And it has taken up way too much time, but I've had to try and get to a point where I know what to decide on. And I'm also at a point where I have taken in all the information that everyone else has said and asked and spoken about. And at some point in the next few minutes, I need to make a decision. And it won't be a coin toss, it'll be a decision that I've come at from weighing up all that information that we've had. I am concerned, as well as other people are, about the cons of either option. Listening to the questions today, I've had a lot of those answered for me. One of my main concerns has been that the staff of the organisation, and it's been mentioned in some of the submissions, the capability that we've got is outstanding. We don't have an issue with capability of our staff. The issue that we have as a council and as other councils in New Zealand is how they are governed. And the CCO model is attempting to address that. What's been explained today, as councillors, we don't have any liability for the decisions we make. That is carried by the staff. And that, I think, for me, is a real eye-opener that needs to be addressed, and that's what this is trying to do, I guess. There's been discussions about whether we have a committee with appointed members or, but to me that was well addressed by saying that committee wouldn't actually be able to make decisions. It would still have to come to a council. And the vagaries of election cycles and competing demands around the council table doesn't really improve the current situation significantly enough I guess to satisfy the concerns that have led to this in the first place. I read a comment earlier in the week that someone said, well, no one's died, but not here, but in another council in New Zealand, people did die. And that's what I thought about this, initiative for change that happened 10 or nearly 10 years ago. We're, again, I said last time, we're at the sharp end of that now, and we have to make a decision one way or another about how we're going to address it here. The items that were raised in submissions about costs and accountability, transparency, bureaucracy and duplication. I've read those and taken them in. I think that possibly a lot of the people that did submit on that, if they were sitting here today and heard the questions and answers, some of those questions might have been answered for them, some maybe not. Equally, there were people that submitted in favour of a CCO, so they may have also had questions that may have been answered today or maybe not. But we, the 12 of us, are sitting here in a position where we have to make a decision that's the best for the community, for the district, and for the future. And that's a difficult position to be in, and it can't be done on the basis of a popularity contest, or a vote of a committee of 100 people, 100 or so people. Even though we have taken that feedback into account. As far as the figures go, I mean, the comparison, and it was clearly demonstrated and confirmed to us today that the actual figures aren't that important, but it's the comparison between them and the stress testing or the sensitivity analysis that looked at those 23 different alternatives, and 20 of them came out on top under a CCO. As I said last time, that did have some weight for me, because I always like to see where things have been tested to the range of inputs. And that did have a big impact. The numbers themselves aren't that critical, but the comparison that one significantly outweighed the other or outperformed the others does have some weight for me. This CCO option does remove the governance of 3 waters from those election cycles, from competing priorities, and from political decisions. That also has a fair bit of weight, and it has, it allows it to be properly governed by a board that's, the liability sits with them, and I think it's, that is an attempt to try and address the concerns that the various governments have had. It's possibly enough speaking for me, apart from the fact that I do need to make a decision.
Gavin, just thanks, Barry. I'll just put my 2 cents in. Okay, look. Appreciate it. I think it is a little bit of a political stitch up we will face. Given 2 choices that I'd probably call Sophie's choice regarding what we do have. But when we talk about control, it's been made very clear to me now that an in-house option gives us less control. A CCO actually lets us define the path we want to choose. I mean, it's been made very clear to me that the facilitator will come in, and then the specialist, which is pretty much another fancy word for a commissioner on water services. So that has been made very clear to me. Now, the one thing what's really made me aware that a professional governance model is required was at the last meeting when we went out for consultation, I all asked you, what's the actual asset value of this asset that we have? I heard one comment saying, oh, but we can't sell it, so we don't need to know. And that was a ringing red light to tell me we don't actually know what we're managing. Because you need to know the asset value to make sure we get our depreciation schedules right. We need to know the asset value to make sure that our asset management plans are correct. And for someone to then say, oh, we can't sell it, showed to me a lack of understanding when it came to managing water services.
Point of order, we can do without personal text, Mr. Mayor.
I agree.
Sorry, I haven't said anyone, so that's fine.
Well, that's all of us then, isn't it?
Yeah, isn't it?
But that's my view.
And you've always told.
Hang on.
Point of order, please.
Thank you. The economic regulator and ComCom, as I said before, are squeezing us. And the further this goes down towards the bill, they're getting squeezed even more. We will not We will not be able to make any decision as elected members. It's been made pretty clear. You can't see that path.
Then why
That's
don't we
what's happening,
consult?
okay? If you please, everyone was polite and quiet when you spoke. Could you please offer the same to everyone else? Thank you. Right. When we started, oh geez, 6 years ago, I've been on this journey about Three Waters. When Scottish Water looked at all of the available water services across the whole nation, there was one shining light, and it's quite a surprise, it was Watercare. It was meeting the most of the European standards, well above any other water service provider in New Zealand. That is the only CCO in water services at the moment that has a rateable mandate. You can raise Wellington Water, but that is a service provider that still had to go cap in hand to each individual council, and a political decision on how each of those individual councils would fund it was made, and look where they're at. So we have examples before us that a CCO actually does work and does actually provide a better service. And that was independent analysis from Overservice. The other one is, look, when you look at our asset value and our operational costs, rule of thumb is usually, let's say, 2% of OPEX versus asset value is how you should be running water services. We're running at 2.67. You go, no, 6.7 is not much, Glenn. It's actually $9 million. So there's the efficiency gain we could achieve under normal utility management systems. And I appreciate the submitter that said you just want a CCO so the mayor can run it. Thanks for the vote of confidence, but no, elected members are not allowed near the CCO. So I appreciate that. For me, it's been pretty interesting to see how both sides of politics at the national government level have tried to devise a plan to get us to the point we're at now using a different methodology. I just go back to that. We are going to end up on this path anyway. Let's be able to control it ourselves. And with that, Barry, over to you.
Thanks, Mayor. Let me try and help Gav and his group make the decisions, but I certainly appreciate the huge amount of work that's gone into this with staff, and I respect the submissions that were made, but you know, and I have to admit, a week ago I was swinging back and forward, but I've thoroughly considered everything that's in front of me. The water service is a huge business. It delivers an essential service. My conclusion is to support the CCO option, as you've seen by moving for it, for the following reasons. There's three of them. One is non-politicised decision making. Two, decisions will be made primarily on water services delivery. And three, governance will be appointed on professional capabilities, not political ideologies.
Thank you. Thanks, Barry. And with that, put it to the vote.
Can we do it by division? Can we have it all recorded?
So we'll be recorded, but I think actually a show of hands.
Okay, we'll do a show of hands. Okay. So all those in favour, say aye.
Aye.
All those against? Casting votes. It's with the recommendation before us, so motion carried. Thank you, councillors. It's been over 2 hours. Take a break under standard order 4.2, 10 minutes. Now, I'll
Busy man.
invite item 2, page 102 of your report. New Civic Administration Building Location Assessment. Paul and Megan, take it away.
Thank you very much. And we have Burl online. We've actually got Kelly and Desterman, hopefully I said that right, online. Thanks for joining us, Kellyanne, from the consultant, part of the team that produced the assessment. Look, I'm not going to say very much other than it feels like we might be the bridesmaid after that, possibly the flower girl or two to come. Nevertheless, I think as somebody, council buildings are of strong interest to our community. And what I thought I would say though, and I think it might be helpful, is what this decision today isn't. So what you're not doing today is precluding a future decision that could locate the CAB, frankly, anywhere. That decision is still in front of you. But what you are doing today is you are acting on your own requirement that we create an assessment of the locations and that actually the report makes a recommendation of 4 and that you consult on those options. It doesn't mean that the community won't say, actually, we think there's a better option than those 4 and put forward a different option for you to consider as part of your consideration of feedback that you receive. So it could be actually contrary to perhaps the Remarkables Park feedback that you heard today in public forum. It may be that it engenders some quite interesting commercial proposals that didn't exist previously. So this is actually just about you agreeing to go to the community in the next triennium to consult the community. But we are seeking support for the options that the report has thrown up. And there is one option too that I just wanted to explain a little bit because I don't think we handled it very well in the last conversation that we had. And that is the historic core. It is in there not as a brownfield site, but as a lease-only option. And actually, it is a viable option. So I did just want to explain that. So I guess that is all I really wanted to put on the table. We're happy to answer any questions about this.
Questions?
Yeah, thank you. I'll keep it reasonably brief. So in the town centre historic core, you haven't specified whether it's leasing or otherwise.
In the paper, it actually does specify.
Okay, but not in the recommendation.
Yeah, we could probably, I mean, we can certainly, we would make that very clear in the consultation.
Okay, thank you. The other is that Frankton Village refers to building and owning, so presumably on council land, and it's not hard to imagine where that might be. And then the 5 Mile says if leasing an existing building, given that Frankton 5 Mile corridor is still largely undeveloped, are we limiting it ourselves by referring to an existing building? And could it refer to, or either just remove existing because leasing a building that someone else might build that is yet to be established is presumably an alternative?
Yeah, look, that's a really good point. And I think you have raised this and in consideration of that, we do agree that perhaps by just removing an existing building, that does actually preclude honing that in. The other thing that I should have said actually is that we did talk about, and you know, we were all part of the discussions about this assessment piece of work. And I think none of us really understood, well, certainly I'll just say I didn't understand that when we talked about CAB versus Frankton, Frankton is a vast area. And as the consultants have identified, it needed to be broken into precincts. And that is why you have the different options. and the precincts are all uniquely different within Frankton. And if I go back to the Remarkables Park precinct, it just didn't stack up as much as the other options. But again, I say your decision today doesn't preclude further consideration of any option.
So just to clarify, then you would support the removing of the words an existing building from a 2-1?
It's not for me to
No,
support, but
but that would address that
it
concern.
would address that concern.
Okay, and is there also, given that you said it doesn't preclude other options, including Remarkables Park or whatever they might be, is it appropriate to include a third under 2, a third bullet point, being Frankton Village, Frank 5 Mile, Queenstown Town Centre, Historic Core, or any other options, and that will give people scope within consultation to promote a third option?
Well, you could choose to do that, but I think that tends to, remember you have, you know, you've committed to an assessment, it's independent and it's thrown up 4 options.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. I'm just wondering, I wonder what the purpose is, as in, I suppose, what the next steps are. What are you going to do with this?
So the next steps will be to undertake consultation, and after that feedback, because it's not a formal process, that feedback will come back to the full council, and then we may or may not determine, the new council may or may not determine, the new mayor may not determine that they want to workshop that. That would be in a public setting, and then there would be a paper come back to full council seeking, I don't want to back myself into what that decision will be, but likely to seek a decision about location.
Right. Okay. So this is going to inform potentially a definitive decision on location, potentially. Right. So given that, I just wonder, because we've done this sort of thing with, and I'm getting to a question, the materials, the move. And we did a couple of MCAs and that focused on location. And then finally we went, oh, we actually have to go out and do an expression of interest coming up. And then we have an RFP, and that's the procurement process. I just wonder, have we looked at this and gone, what's our procurement strategy? And therefore work back and go, what do we need to do? Because this feels a little bit like we're just doing something to do something, and it.
You want to look? It's not procurement.
I mean,
it's not, but at some point.
But I suppose it's what council asked us to do. Council asked us to come back and start to do analysis of location. And I think in the way that we constructed that was to say, actually, perhaps almost the inverse of that, let's not get bound up in somebody's procurement option. Let's actually work out firstly where you as council want to locate your building. Actually, and the procurement, once step back, it's a little bit, in my view, it's a little like taking out some of the options, like a Delphi tree. So I think our thought is that we need to get to a point where we've identified what our preferred locations are. Then we can have some optionality around how could that best be delivered in that location.
Right, which would mean that maybe it doesn't matter about owning or leasing, and that's a bit of a red herring, having that in there potentially, if it is about location?
No, because that is based on the multi-criteria assessment. So that is the approach and the methodology that the independent assessment undertook. Do you want to add to that?
I mean, the resolution was quite clear on the 4th of October to report back on location and ownership options. So that's, and then to bring that back for consideration. So I think the idea was to update, I think some of the feedback from the previous consultation is a lot of this is old material, previous resolution of council in 2006, confirming the CBD and council owned land as the, I guess the standing resolution, which has informed all the planning up until this point. There was a point in April where the question was raised, update everything so we can look at it in today's figures, and do a more in-depth analysis, bring that back, but it included ownership options. The key thing in the cost benefit analysis was council owned or not, and that's what brought about some of those figures or results in there.
So if we're talking about ownership, the consultation, so what we've got in front of us is we're going to do this, and it's quite specific. And a new council, without listening to the debate, that all they've got in front of them is the resolution, which doesn't go wider. I guess where I'm going is we're being asked to agree something, well, we haven't got a consultation document in front of us. It could go very badly wrong if we get this wrong. It will be potentially another piece of consultation that if it doesn't go wider, if the wording doesn't, we don't get what we want, the community goes, oh, you know, we're constraining the options again. Question, sorry.
I think the nuance.
So could we, how would you feel? No, wrong question. What I would like to do is wait until you have the consultation document and that we approve that, because it is so significant. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that we can certainly put the draft consultation document in front of the new council. At the end of the day, they'll be the ones who are going to consider this. And I do think there's something in what you said there, and it is a bit nuanced, but you are not making a decision on these locations today. You're making a decision to consult on them. That doesn't preclude a different decision by the next council.
Look, I don't need to battle you here, but I do tend to disagree because of the way it's worded. It has limited it, and by agreeing it, we are agreeing to limit. So yeah, I know. No more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mine were actually similar. So, but you may have just answered it. The question actually is, where is the consultation document? Because quite often when we see this consultation document comes to us, so how come it's not here?
Because we don't have your agreement to consult.
So will that actually come back to another council meeting?
I've just said.
I think as Megan has just pointed out, I mean, essentially this council's run out of runway.
Fine, yeah.
Right?
Yep.
But we need to close off one piece of work that was asked to be done, and the second half of that was going out to consult.
Okay.
And so what we're asking is for that to be the basis. So it will be the new council that looks at the document.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so sorry, from what I had read, they were just going to look at the results rather than okay. So I guess that is my next question: is what is the timeframes? So what are the next steps in the timeframes from here till January, which is I guess the other date that's. Well, no, it's not January, it just says New Year.
New Year.
Okay,
So we deliberately left it open because again, that's a conversation for the new council, the new mayor, or the incumbent mayor, depending on the outcome, and then we can go forward. So we didn't want to lock that in. That's not really our call. And it may be that the next council wants to take a lot longer. It may be that they want to truncate the process, but we don't know.
Okay, thank you. So just let me clarify, and my question is, can you confirm my clarification? So what we're agreeing today is that you will create a consultation document that will come for the new council to approve to go out to consultation.
No, I'm not actually saying that. I am saying that we would share a draft consultation document. I mean, we might do that through a workshop process. The agreement of a draft consultation document may not be it doesn't require a decision of council.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean that we wouldn't make sure that the council was really comfortable with that document, which is what we normally do.
Okay, perfect. So that leads to my next question, which partly was answered by Q's question around, because there seems to be two locations, but I feel like we've mixed up the leasing and owning part. So are we consulting on leasing and owning, or we're just consulting on locations?
So this is going to all have to sheet back to the assessment, which will, I think the assessment's quite complex and it is nuanced and it doesn't present a silver bullet here. But what it has attempted to do is apply a multi-criteria assessment of all locations. and then throw out, for want of a better word, some, the top options for you to consider to consult on. So what we need to do in the consultation document is to clearly explain why the option of Frankton Village is there, and clearly explain why 5 Mile Corridor is there. So that will need to be part of the consultation to make it clear why these options are in front of the community, because they are the ones that were assessed.
Yeah, so
and that's remember, that's cost benefit.
Yeah, no, and I think, I guess where my thinking is coming from and where the questions are coming from is it's not as straightforward as the 2 lines that are in there, and I guess that's the point, is making sure when that goes out, it is really clear what we're consulting on. So I think that's kind of, I guess my point is that we've seen this a lot and we've delved into the details and it's still a little confusing. So then trying to explain it to people who haven't had a lot of that background in detail.
100%.
Yeah,
so this will
be totally key.
Exactly, and Killian, you might have to close your ears, but I mean, this is a technical document.
Yeah.
The next step is to actually take that technical document and turn it into something that's really accessible and explains these options really carefully.
Thank you. So you need to recall, you know, what we're debating a lot about the bracketed phraseology in here, but when you go back to the analysis that was done, and I think Councillor Smith pointed out, you know, we all know really what Frankton Village is likely to mean, because actually Frankton Village doesn't have a lot of land. So effectively, when they looked at what created the value proposition in Frankton Village, was really we could avoid the land cost and we could become a building owner. In the 5 Mile Corridor, the value proposition comes from actually leasing. And it's right that it doesn't need to be an existing building. It could be a new lease building. It's unlikely that we would want to bear the cost of buying land in the 5 Mile Corridor. That would blow that option out. So I think, again, it's finding the right balance between going back and creating a funnel that is so wide that we just end up where the council's been before, which is actually not being able to make some judgments, but starting to narrow that funnel down progressively while still giving optionality for true consultation. But we need to know the basis on which that consultation is undertaken. So that's how we've come up with, I think obviously the report that BOFs have made and the recommendations here for consultation.
Thank you.
Thank you. My question, and a similar thing here around the consultation document when we get to it. I'm looking at the social and economic evaluations that are in there. Are we able to really get up above it a bit and give that co-hubbing some visibility as to what it looks like in the different precincts? Because in Frankton, we've got this great co-hubbing opportunity with the community hub adjacent and other things there. And the CBD, we've got a co-hubbing conversation around arts spaces, performance spaces, exhibition spaces, all of that. But I just feel that at the moment we're really like this around the CAB decision without really bringing that co-hubbing experience more to the forefront in our consultation discussions. And the other bit I'd like to ask about in that is, are we able to also consider what we're saying no to if we choose to not go with one site? And so what I'm suggesting here is that it's hard for us making a decision in isolation. Like if we use our land in Frankton, what are we saying no to going onto that land? The community came back about the land at 516 and not understanding the $20 million worth of infrastructure costs that's gone into there. But our community probably don't know that there was no sewage and no water or anything on 516, and it already has other optionality around it. With the CBD one, what are we saying no to is if we don't use a CBD site, Ngāi Tahu have first right of refusal, where are we going with that? So my question, I can see who's coming to it, is in the eventual CD document, are we able to also highlight the opportunities around what each of these precincts offers us as far as co-hubbing and also what are we going to miss out on if we don't use one site?
I think the co-hubbing explanation, that's a really great point, and those opportunities are actually, they are quite well traversed in the assessment. So
they're under social and economic.
We can pull that out as more of a visual.
What does that look like for me?
I think we can pull that out as more of a visual cut without, it has to be quite neutral in what we put in front of our community, but we can certainly make that a more clearer kind of consideration. And in terms of the other options, we can and will be pointing to the assessment, and we can, I don't have a problem saying what the other options that were considered were. I don't think that's problematic either. So, and if you go in, and Ladies Mile is a good one because the community asked to see that. Early on, the consultant actually, as we workshop through the assessment, said, well, it didn't actually stack up. But again, you asked us to make sure that it was considered and we could demonstrate it was carefully considered, and it is in the assessment document reasonably fully. So I think your point is well made and we can look at that. Thank you.
Before I go to another question, I know you've got to get away, Lyle. It's just 10 to 4. Do you want to say anything?
No.
Would be to sneak out now.
No, I think too.
Okay, listen, okay. Right, a couple of questions. Firstly, when we talk about Frankton Village and on land owned by the council, there's a lot of talk about that, but where in particular are we talking about? Which bit of land?
Name it. You've got the map.
Well, I talked about Frankton Village, but I want to know which bit of council owned land we're talking about.
Well,
we're talking about a bit of council owned land that gives it its cost benefit ratio or benefit cost ratio.
It's back to the
Because the
precinct
council already
approach given. So we specifically didn't hone into any one site.
No, but the report specifically says existing land owned by the council. I want to know what that report is based on.
So, yeah, there's a limited amount of land.
The golf course.
No, we don't own the golf course.
Oh, we don't.
It's reserved. We own QEC.
Right, so it is on the QEC.
Well, that would be the optionality if you were going to follow Frankton Village.
The precinct approach took a reference site.
So it's a civic site.
And not much more than that. So all it sort of simply said if there was a 5,000 square metre block of land or 2,000, didn't really matter too much. It was just purely, is it council owned or not?
So on that basis, then the separation between Frankton Village and the 5 mile corridor really becomes almost indistinguishable in terms of where a building might be. If it's on the event centre land, it's possibly going to be somewhere in the eastern end of that, which basically puts it at 5 mile. So my concern is that, firstly, if we're going to go out for consultation, that this report is really just going to be bamboozle. I mean, it bamboozles me.
Question, you know?
Yeah, so I wanted to know, well, my question was, where was that bit of land? I've finally got an answer to that now. The other thing I wanted to ask was, we talked at the last workshop we had about some more information we wanted from this report. I'm not sure that it's actually been provided. So one of them was where all the figures came from for the cost benefit ratios at the end of the document. There's some figures that have been calculated. We asked last time how they were calculated, and we were told we would be given that information, but I haven't seen it.
Killian.
Megan, did you refer to me and break up just a little bit?
The question was the cost benefit analysis, the underlying figures that informed those summary tables, the extent to which they were to be made public or be part of the report.
I mean, obviously, this work is for the council, so whatever you need as information that would supplement the analysis providing a report, it's for you to have also.
Yeah, I mean, given that the report's been updated, I thought it might have been included in that, because my next question is, when we had the last workshop, I was under the impression there was going to be another workshop with an updated report coming in June or July. And then I was really surprised to see it pop up in this agenda a week ago without any further information coming through prior to it. I don't think you got a question. Well, when was it decided we weren't having another workshop on
Well, it was certainly said it was going to come to us in June or July, not the next step of the council.
Yes, you actually, your recollection is probably accurate. What did occur is that it took longer. And so the paper was going to come in potentially June or July, but I don't think we committed to a further workshop.
I just think it's, okay. So my next question then, one of the other questions we asked at the last workshop was about the workplace travel plan, or a comparison of workplace travel for all these different precincts and sites. And in this report now, there's a paragraph about workplace travel, but there's nothing that compares these different sites with each other. So have you got any more information on that aspect of what we asked for last time? Because that was also referenced in the original decision last April, that we needed that to compare the different locations against each other.
You've got the evidence.
There was a separate attachment came out, but all that did was compare the current workplaces and how people are travelling to them, not the new proposed sites.
So that here we're not talking about sites,
Well, locations.
precincts is quite different.
And not for the future. That compared the current way that people travel to the existing workplaces, not how they might travel to a new workplace in one of these locations. And that's what I wanted to see, and that's, I'm sure, was asked for in that decision last year.
Yeah, so if you were to look at the word access in the MCA and the analysis of that, that was a key theme.
Yeah, it's not specific enough. It needs to. Hang on. What I wanted to see was. No, Kevin. Just stick to the questions and let the answer answer. Well, you finished answering. Yeah.
I'm after you.
So why do we not have for each of those locations, a summary of how people might travel to those sites? And it could be in kilometres per week by private vehicle, by public transport, by active transport. Just to compare one.
You don't mind me, when you say people, do you mean staff or people?
Staff and visitors.
Yeah, so the workplace
and not just commuting for staff, but workplace travel as well.
Yeah, I mean, so Cameron, who was leading that part for Boffers in the MCA, looked at that in the theme around access. And of course, you've got a situation where we're looking at a 25-year horizon. And so you have a current staff survey, which is the workplace travel plan, which is specific, which is attachment B. The work done in the MCA is broader than that in terms of it goes beyond staff, but also it looks at the general population. So the assumption in that work was, where all our staff are, however many staff that we have, that is very similar to the current population spread as well, in terms of where they live and how they get to and from work. And then that was applied across all the different precincts in the MCA. So all the different precincts that was looked at. And then to get probably more detailed information, so you actually have an understanding or an eye on the future 25 years out, and what that might be. All the work that the spatial plan does and all that fed into that, and then that was then also looked at in terms of that. So what we got from the proper MCA analysis is of a probably more broader and more meaningful analysis than you would get from ABLEs who do just a workplace travel side of things. We did ask them to look at doing that exercise, and the two, both BOFA and ABLEs, communicated together with our infrastructure team around that, and they looked at that. And the analysis in the MCA is of a probably, like I said, a broader and more in-depth look at that. And it's more than just the staff. I guess it's where you have people getting access to and from and taking all that into case. And more particularly, it's the projections that come out of things like the spatial plan and our future infrastructure that got into that MCA analysis. And it was across all the sites. And as you pointed out, the workplace travel plan simply just looks at our current status and the survey of staff. One of the issues with that also is workplace travel plan, is not really, it's looking for a modal shift. So whether we're in Frankton or whether we're in CBD or wherever, it's about trying to encourage people not to use vehicles and use public transport, active travel, all that sort of stuff. So the basic strategy that comes from the workplace travel plan holds firm in either location. But the analysis in the MCA was what you were looking for in terms of an analysis across the different precincts.
And in short, a snapshot today is not going to be the same as a snapshot next year. And so that makes it difficult to base a decision on what staff may or may not do today when we are pushing for a modal shift.
Yeah. That's, I guess, why you might pay for a report that's looking into the future.
Because we're asked to.
Yeah. The other questions I had were, is it fair if we're just looking for consulting on locations and precincts? Is it fair to separate out some sites for building and owning, other sites for leasing, some for either? Should that even be in this consultation? And if it is, should it be a build or lease option for any of those sites?
I think I sort of responded to that, Councillor Bartlett, in terms of my comment to the Council White, and that is the different precincts that came up, their value propositions with the MCA was partly informed by different optionality, the most optional sort of ownership restriction. So again, I think we are always trying to, through this process, progressively narrow down the consultation to a point where it's reasonable, because otherwise we end up doing what we've done before, and that we're at such a broad level of consultation that we don't make progress to actually come to a location-based site.
Yes, I've already asked the question about whether or not Frankton Village and Ladies Mile should be combined, given that they almost overlap. My next question as well was whether or not we need to have town centre, Queenstown Town Centre, separate from Queenstown Historic Hall, because they are basically the same location. I know they've identified them as different precincts, but they are, you know, within metres of one another. You walk from one into the other in a couple of metres of footsteps.
Yeah, and I mean, the recommendation of the team that were doing that work was to add some balance to both sides. So it's, I think, and it kind of reflects, I guess, what does reflect the current status, which is us being in the CBD and historic core generally. And the question that was posed back in April last year was a comparison with the Manawa site. So when they came to a pairing of the Frankton Village and 5 Mile, to balance that out for consultation purposes, they chose a similar pairing. And again, going back to that, the distinction was to almost allow leasing to be on as an option. The BCA obviously favoured owning your own land, just for the cost analysis around that, but to, I guess, enable other ownership options to be considered as part of the consultation. That's how the two kind of got paired together in the recommendation from the team.
Yeah, because my question that follows that then is the sites that have looked at building on our own land doesn't take into account the value of the land, and this is, I think, what Lisa was asking as well, is that land does have some value. We don't build something on it, it's got value for other things, which if we do build on it, can't do with that. So I think the value of the land, why is the value of the land not included in all of those building options as well?
It is included, particularly in regards to at-grade car parking. So the value of the land was used in that, and you know, for example, the CBD, because it's got a relatively higher land cost, the likelihood that you do at-grade car parking in the CBD was deemed a score of 1 or unlikely. Whereas if you were in Frankton Village, relatively less land value there, at-grade car parking is like a score of 3, more likely than there.
I think it's the opportunity cost of that land value and realising that land value or not is probably a key thing. So if you're prepared to put at-grade car parking on CBD land, arguably you're not utilising that land economically as well as you could be, versus maybe doing that elsewhere. So if you like, you know, car parking at grade, and you're comfortable utilising land in that fashion, you know, it could be an economic argument that you're not utilising it quite as well as you could be.
Well, you know, I just wasn't convinced that some of those analyses included the land value in their analysis for the cost benefit ratios, but yeah, that comes back, I guess, to the question about why aren't there some figures on it. The net present value tables also don't include figures. They've got pluses and minuses, but there's no figures to see what they are and what they end up at.
Yeah,
I mean, guess what some of them are. But
I mean, if you step back a little bit from the detail around this, arguably quite an academic exercise, probably the question that we're wanting here is, well, we're wanting the community to imagine, okay, if I'm in the CBD, or if we are in the CBD, the buildings in the CBD, what does that mean for you? If we're in Franklin, what does that mean for you? And then we're asking the community to come back to us and say, what are your preferences on that? So if you're a landowner, let's say, either in the CBD or at Remarks Park, you may have a view around that. If you're a business owner, you may have a view around that. If you want to come into the public gallery and just listen to the decision-making process, then please tell us what that means for you. I think that's the key thing. And it's more than just the staff or the ownership arrangement. It's actually, where are we positioned and what does it mean for the community? Come back and tell us. And I think, you know, or the other, I mean, you could be a contractor who just wants to get the job done and you want to come in and get your, you know, your building consent. What does that mean for you? So I think that's probably more at where it's pitched, not necessarily some of the academic stuff you're talking about.
So with the consultation, I know the question's already been asked about consultation document. Is the intention to send out this 60-odd page report as part of the consultation?
No, but it would be signposted.
Yeah.
So if someone wanted to drill into the detail, it would be, they would know it existed and how to do that.
And under this consultation, I know for others, we've had to put forward a proposal and options. But do we need to do that for this consultation? It's just a pure consultation.
Would be a consultation.
And it's an informal process, so.
So would there be hearings?
No.
Just be based on feedback.
This is feedback.
And because the concern that I have is that if we don't ask the right questions and we get feedback on it, we've been told in the past that we can't consider it because it wasn't in the consultation. So is there a risk of that?
That's a formal process. This is an informal process.
Okay. Thank you. That's it.
We're going to start. Remind councillors questions, please. And given the nature of the debate, this is highly public. Of high public interest, could we please only allow one person speaking? I've had side bars on the side here and it's quite distracting. Please concentrate on the discussion at the end of this. Go to Esther, thank you, and we'll go to you, Nikki.
Just wanting to propose a motion.
Sorry?
I'm just wanting to propose a motion.
We'll just hold fire and I'll just let the questions go.
Mine's kind of in that vein, but I'm wondering if you think it might be an option to say, because at the moment we're trying to seek direction for the consultation on location and, sorry, I get the question, and build versus lease. I wonder if we should be framing it more for our new council who's going to be considering this to look at top ranked precinct level options and leave it at that, because that incorporates everything anyway.
That doesn't actually, let's remember the journey that you have been on as a council. I mean, you can actually choose to do anything you want to do today, but remember the journey that you've been on, and to leave it at that would not necessitate the next council having to make a decision, but to actually agree that the next council should undertake consultation keeps the momentum
Oh
going.
no, sorry, I'm not suggesting we don't do that. I'm just trying to, for me, I think this idea that we've just spoken about around Frankton, there's distinct optionality, Frankton or CBD. And then there's two options within Frankton kind of at the moment. So I just think that with the MCA that we've got and the CBA, I know we're going to simplify, but there's quite a lot of criteria for our community to get their head around, which I think just makes it overcomplicated. And I realise that we've sought this direction for you to go in. But so I guess because we're not considering that today, the next councillors, then can we not just steer the direction
I'll
by
move on, you don't ask a question.
by saying, yeah, that is a question.
It does come back to Paul's point, I think.
Yeah.
What is the community actually going to engage in here? Cost, you know, just the accessibility for themselves and their businesses, et cetera, there will be others who will want to drill into the detail, and that detail will be there for them. But I think, you know, if we're going to try and step back from the assessment, that's the direction that you told us to take, and that's what we have in front of you today to continue.
Yeah, so that it's okay, I'll leave it because I think there's misunderstanding with what I probably haven't conveyed what I mean very well, but it's fine, it's all good.
I know Councillor Clouding wants to move something. Is there any further questions? Councillor?
Yeah, look, I kind of had two options. One was to just potentially, and I'm not directing this, leave it on the table because there is so much confusion and this is such an important piece of work. The alternative is to move something that leaves it more open and directs it to come back to us.
Yeah.
So I just seek some guidance from around the table. Which
I've actually got a motion. You want me to put it forward and see if that does you?
If I can just, I might just.
Sorry, through the chair. I have a motion written.
You can put the motion anytime you like.
Mel, you can take the spot.
I know. Well, I don't know if it's even the same thing as what you do, but I was just trying to encompass what we were talking about. So it's change option 4. So 4 would become point 4. Agree that the new, in brackets, October 2025, council workshop the consultation document and consider feedback from the community on the proposed locations.
And I would second it with a slight change.
Okay, so we've got a mover and a seconder.
I can send it to you, John, if you want.
With 1, 2 and 3 not changing.
No, but that wouldn't be, oh.
Well, so I put mine with 1, 2 and 3 not changing, so you can see if there's a actual seconder.
Yeah. So that's what I'm putting.
Yeah.
You've moved 1, 2, 3 as it is in front of you with 4. Repeat that please again.
Oh, sorry, just sent it. Now I need to find the sent.
In it, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty much just got and workshop, but now I need to find my sent because I sent it and it just appeared.
So hang on, just one person speaking, please.
Yeah, sure.
Agree that the new October 2025 council workshop and consider. Is that all you're asking for?
Workshop the consultation document and consider the feedback from the community on the proposed locations. I've removed New Year so that you can do the workshop before the new year or like do it when you want type stuff.
So can I ask a point of clarification?
Hang on. Yeah. So workshop consultation document. And consider the feedback on the proposed location.
At a later date.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I don't mind. Yeah, that's.
Just in the interest of avoiding having to do an amendment, would you move it with the removing an existing building from?
Oh, yes, is that, so just taking the stuff out of bracket. Yes, I can.
And if I.
Hang on. So number 2, you want to remove the word existing.
Yeah.
And
from I to I.
An existing building.
An existing.
John's got it on the screen.
Thank you.
Oh, I see what you mean. So it's still if leasing, but just move remote use. I'm happy with that.
You actually change it on the. I can actually slide it through and actually show what we're actually voting on. Please, John. Yeah.
Just can I do what Quentin did and just make a suggestion as well for in the interest of time? Thanks. So it's just the way 3 is worded, direct you staff to initiate consultation and gather community feedback. That's jumping the gun if we're changing 4. And I would leave it to staff to think about how that might be reworded, but. And the other thing I would like to do is add a 0.3 lady smile.
Okay, so this is my motion, you'll have to do a
Yeah.
different one for that.
No, that's okay, that's fine.
So you happy with that?
I'm happy with the directing staff to initiate public consultation as long as we've got the consultation coming to the workshop before it goes out.
Okay, so we've got that before us. Do we have a seconder?
I'll second.
Thank you, Matt. Discussion.
I'd like to propose an amendment.
Right, yeah.
Thank you. So, I guess I need a seconder, but, look, we've got Frankton Village, we've got the town centre. I'd like to propose 0.3. I need to do some explanation.
No, you can do that after you propose your
No,
amendment.
because I
Come on,
can't talk
let's
until I get
follow.
a seconder.
Come on, yeah, just propose your motion and
I'd
then we'll
put-
get a seconder and then you can explain it.
So under 2, I would put, sorry, under I'd put an I, ladies model. And that's because obviously, if we narrow this too much and we don't give enough detail, we won't get the feedback we need and we'll be going out again. And so if we can keep it wide at this point.
So now we've got 2 I as an amendment to the substantive motion still. Do I have a seconder? No seconder, so we'll move on back to a substantive motion discussion. Councillors?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you, through the chair. Gosh, this has been across us in all sorts of forms, hasn't it, for a long time? And in reading through the report, I thank staff for the continued work that they do. I get to paragraph 19, it says, given the scale and visibility of the CAB project, community engagement is recommended to ensure a robust and inclusive decision-making process. Yes, we've got to get the consultation document right and clear for our community, but let's just get it out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that stepping back, as Ferg said, over the time, and I'll keep it super brief, is that I think the primary question is whether it's here or in Frankton, and I think this provides scope for that. While I have some sympathy to alternative locations, the reality is they didn't score very well, and you know that I have to have some level of objectivity to that. So.
Thanks. Yeah, look, I'm just going to speak to that ladies mile thing again. Look, I know they didn't stack up in the modelling or the MCA, but there's a large level of subjectivity in that in terms of the criteria that you choose and how you weight them. For me, ladies mile has always been a good option. I'm not saying, you know, that's where I'd land, but we have a significant traffic issue on that bridge. And if we can invest and use that investment in a council building, if we do that at all, I mean, you know, the jury's still out whether we need one, but it does have the advantage of tracking everybody who's going to that building in the morning away from the flow of the traffic. It also would have the advantage of seeding that commercial development that we so need so that people don't have to leave that area. So those are just pros. There will be cons as well. I just think those pros are significant because of the depth of the challenge that we have around that transport issue. So I would like to see it in there in case people want to comment on that. But I do support just backing off this for a bit and having that full consultation document come back to us. But I think this is kind of confusing, and I think we need to see something tangible on paper, and then we can get it absolutely right to what goes out.
Thanks. I guess I just wanted to say, what I was trying to get at before is if we had the words top ranked option, you know, agree the proposed consultation on the top ranked option, what that's telling the new council is just reinforcing that this has gone through that great analysis process. So I think staff have done a really good job in terms of trying to navigate the different directions. And I think it's good enough and we can go out, wow. No, but it's good enough for our community to make some decisions on, like, I didn't mean that on staff, I mean for our community. And we've got clear direction for the new council, so I think it's good.
I wonder if I could be.
No, sorry.
One thing.
Sorry.
Yeah. It's just in terms of the motion.
So I was very close to seconding the ladies' mile addition, but for me, that then leaves out the obvious other option that's not in that list of Micromobility Park.
Yes.
And I think for me, it's out of those four, and I hope because it's an informal consultation, and we're looking at all the feedback we get and able to take it into account, or whoever the council might be, it's probably me, that we get, feedback on all of those options, those four options, because they do come up, relatively closely in the report that we have got, even if we can't see exactly where the figures have come from. And as I think you said, and I said it last time as well, those assessments are very subjective. I went through and did my own assessment on some of them just to see how I would score it, and got slightly different numbers. Some went up, some went down. Some of these scores at the end changed, and anyone could do that and we get slightly different answers. But I didn't want to include one without being, that obviously leaves out another one, which is equally valid for a consultation process. So that's why I didn't. But I certainly am happy that it'll be a consultation document that the council, whoever that might be, gets to look at and provide some feedback on, and then send it out and reap rewards and feedback. Keep
I had a question. Anyway, I think I support the motion. I think we need to workshop this. I think everybody in the council, whoever's deciding it, needs to have some sense of ownership, because I'm picking up on all of these things that, people feel like there's nefarious things going on, and the best way in order to manage that is that we all have a part in ensuring that the way that we go out and say, these are the questions that we're asking, that we can all have some input on. So just for the peace of mind of everybody involved, be able to make the most out of the opportunity of asking. So yeah, that's why I support it. My question was as to whether you support it or not, because I was confused after you commented.
All right, Lisa, and then
Thank you, and thank you to staff for your constant ongoing iterations of this. And my comment is around, I talked about coming up above it and looking at what opportunities we're actually unlocking in any of the precincts that we look at. And I find it a little bit frustrating that some of this decision is weighted around congestion and traffic movement in either location. There's a bit of a saying around sometimes not being able to find a future solution evolving out of the current state of where you are. And what we're looking at in the future thinking, and I'm always trying to think of future generations and the best decisions for our district in the future, is that we're talking about mode shift, we're talking about opportunities of unlocking different kinds of transportation solutions, and none of that is considered by our public feedback around these places are hard to get to. I would argue that Frankton is just as congested to enter and exit, particularly at school finishing time and trade finishing time and ski area finishing time and getting to work time, as any other precinct evaluation. So I really want to put some emphasis on this. What opportunities are we unlocking by our decisions as to how we cohabit? Perhaps what other transport optionality we create by wherever we put this wider scope project, I believe, than just housing our staff or how they're getting to work. So yeah, I'm excited to think that we're going to get a consultation document that will explore more optionality between build, lease, own, different precincts. But I'm cautious that we're going to get stuck in looking at it in our current state rather than what opportunities this presents us for the long-term future. So thank you.
I was going to raise that, Megan. After locations last word at a later date.
Oh, right, yes, I do actually have that written down on mine at a later date. Thank you.
I'm pretty happy with where we landed today, to be honest with you. Last time when we went out to consultation, the big question from the public was, why is Frankton not included? We've answered that call. Staff have done an extremely good job in terms of, listening to what we needed to see. I know there's frustrations around it, and it's been discussed about for a very, very long time, but I think there's going to be some really great discussions around Frankton or Queenstown coming through. I'm not going to dive a ditch over Ladies Mile. I was quite keen to see some more robust stuff coming through from Ladies Mile. It doesn't stack up, I know that. But in the future it may, but there's too many ifs, buts and maybes around Ladies Mile, so I'm okay with where it's landed. So thanks for your efforts.
Cheers, Matt. Any further discussion? I'll open it up to Mel. Do you want to say, close it off, or we'll put it straight to the vote?
No, I think that you can actually just put it straight to the vote. I said everything I did in my questions actually.
All those in favour? Against? Motion carried. Thank you. Councillors. Councillors, I'm signing on. Councillors, please, come on, we've got a long agenda. Item 3, proposed amendments to council standing orders. Hello, Noel and anybody.
So I guess just a brief reminder that
hang on. Oh, yeah,
we've brought this to you as adoption of a new set of standing orders based on the new template which has come out of LGNZ, working in partnership with Title R's Democracy and Participation Reference Group. The intention to provide a new set of standing orders that is more easily accessible, written in more plain English, and adopts some of the latest legislative changes. We wouldn't normally bring a set of standing orders to you this close to election, but given the change to the template, we thought it was worthwhile doing that so the incoming council can benefit from more accessible and easy to understand set of standing orders, and hopefully get on with them from day one. They will, of course, be able to look at standing orders again themselves at any appropriate time, and we would look to bring that back into discussion. So thank you for your feedback through the workshop. We have tried to take that on board, and through what we've sent back to you in the tracked version, which is version in attachment A, you'll see that we've expanded on things like definitions of casting vote, lawfully excluded, and quasi-judicial. And we've also introduced the recording of workshops, etc., through Appendix 11, I think it is off the top of my head, and also the option to hold public forum and extraordinary and emergency meetings if public forum is sought on the topic for which the matter is called, for which the meeting is called. So hopefully we've addressed the feedback that came through. So unless Megan's got anything she wanted to add, happy to leave it to questions and debate.
Questions, councillors? Yeah, just a couple. So on the main clean document, page 55, item 15.4 says no resolutions. No debate or decisions can be made at the meeting on issues raised during public forum. Is that a standard condition from the template, or is this?
Yeah.
The only reason I ask is that when I went to a regional transport committee meeting a year or two ago, I was surprised that maybe they're under a different set of standing orders, but they had a public forum and then discussed what was raised and made a resolution from it. So I wasn't sure whether we had the ability to.
So it is, but it is simply a template. Anything that is not legislatively mandated can effectively be changed if that's the will of the council. And that's what they would have.
One of the challenges they would have had though is could they meet the test for good decision making if they're taking stuff directly from public forum, but that would seem to me quite a high bar that they should have.
My resolution was to write a letter to the transport agency. I think it wasn't a significant decision that had from each one. So my next question was, I might be misreading this, but I think there's a little discrepancy or an overlap. Page 80 talks about I was finding it so I can confirm which standing of the clean document again. Talks about repeat notices of motion, 27.7. A says no similar notice of motion may be accepted within the next 12 months. And then page 99 talks about powers of the chairperson, I think. And well, at the bottom of page 88, it's got repeat notice of motion, standing order 27.7. And on the next page, the text says same sort of thing, but it says within 6 months of consideration. So is that relating to the same thing? And should they both say the same thing, 6 months or 12 months?
And it should both say the same thing. If the, as the chairperson, appendix 8, is that the one you?
Yes. I think so.
6.
Yeah.
So if you take what's in 27 would be the more accurate one, so it would be 12 months. 12 months. We can
Well done.
That's right, that was it for me. The other things I liked were that we talked about at the workshop that were included, so thanks.
Lisa, Nikki, Nasura. No, okay, Lisa and Nikki.
I've got a question of understanding between standing order 13.7 and 13.11 around attending by audio visual link. And so 13.7, we talk about members having the right to attend by electronic link. And then 13.11, we state that sort of permission has to be given for that. I'm just seeking clarification as to how that works. Like, is there an absolute right to attend online? And I suppose where my question arose from is there an amount of attendance or a way to specify how much an elected member should actually aim to attend in person? And I suppose I reflect on one of the councils who ended up with an elected member living offshore and was effectively still attending and participating in everything online. But is that the intention around our community's level of expected participation and engagement? And I suppose I was just testing this out as to whether I moved to Australia, not joking. But, you know, like, is there a way that we set an expectation of how much somebody is physically present versus, and how does 13.7 work with 13.11 and 12 around that?
So one is really about conditions by which one could attend online, but one is really also about the fact that it should be sought through permission. So the default would be that somebody is here in person. And generally, you know, if somebody is seeking to attend online, we do try and put that through to the chair or to the mayor, depending on which committee or meeting it is. There isn't necessarily an expectation around in-person versus online, and that's probably not helped by the fact that legislation now allows for somebody online to count towards quorum, so it's almost slightly more enabling of being online. And I think, you know, that became a permanent ability after the interim kind of COVID provisions were allowed for. So,
and you see that 13.7 does say, provided the conditions in standing orders 13.11 and 13.12 are met.
Right, so you do need to seek the permission to
One's about
validate
the right and one about the conditions.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's another potential issue. I think it's an issue 16 on page 55. I think we changed it so that the second paragraph under deputation said deputations may be heard at the commencement of a meeting or at the time that the relevant agenda item is being considered. But then if you go below, you've got to request the deputation at least 5 days clear before the meeting, and the public doesn't know what the agenda is 5 days before the meeting. So
one's about the conditions of presenting.
So if you wanted to make a deputation on something that was before the committee, you couldn't do it because you would be too late in getting your material in because you needed 5 clear days and you only knew 2 days ahead of the meeting. So I just think we've just added the bit at the time that the agenda has been considered. We just remember. But even the 5 days doesn't work.
5 days is the problem.
5 days is the problem.
Not the other.
Yeah, so do we make it, it's almost a day, like, can give people a day to get their stuff together?
We should look at that.
Yeah.
It can't be longer than the presented in publicly available.
No, that's a very good.
Unless it's been.
And because adaptation, well, yes, unless traditionally adaptation doesn't have to be amended. But
No,
yes,
but-
for saying, yes, we've added that in.
I don't know, yeah, it's.
So
Anyway,
what are we looking for 24 hours?
might, so 24 hours?
I didn't say 24 hours seems reasonable.
Yeah,
Day,
definitely day.
Yeah, a day, whatever.
And just one other thing, it's more of a comment, I'm just a bit concerned about the change from must. And I haven't gone through to look at all the spots where it went from must to should, but there's a big difference between must and should. And I don't know why we didn't use the word must and shall, because it would make that distinction between what's a statutory must, but what also this council decides shall happen, which is the same, but it would retain the distinction, because should has just given a whole lot more discretion right the way through the document to the chair. And I just think I don't want to change it now, it's at the end, but I think I have a question, again, a second question in relation to that. You were talking before about the new council will look at it at some point, but I thought they had to agree at the start, so I just think it would, okay.
Sorry, no, firmly, no. they don't.
Firmly no, so I
The
think.
orders persist through the electoral cycle.
So I think given the significant amount of discretion that's been given to any chair through that change from must to should, and the description of should, as in describing that the chair has discretion anywhere should is placed, I think that needs to be looked at. And if we're not going to do it now, which we can't really, I think we should have a direction. Yes, that's a very good one. Really late.
And I suppose to respond initially to that, I mean, we more specifically focused on using the word must around a legislative requirement, and therefore something that we couldn't change. I guess we were fairly arbitrary around shall and should.
But shall and should are very different. Should is the finding of questions.
Yeah, like we raised the point.
Put an amendment and I can,
Yeah,
I can
no,
put an amendment that we relook at it.
or you can go. Anybody else have a question?
No.
Okay, sorry. Well, just let Esther ask a question, and then before you move, I'll just note a few things before we start. Okay.
So this is kind of a bit of a process question as well, so I want to make an amendment to 19.3. I'm wondering whether we just
I can
do
clear that up before we
now.
do it. No, I can clear that up later.
So you want me to do that, put an amendment to the motion?
Yes, we've worked it out, because I know there is a whole bunch of amendments that are coming.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to show you the path that we do it, okay? Right. You want to get that up, John, please?
So I'll get a chance to speak to it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So we've got a foreshadowed amendment from Mel, I think it was, no, Esther, right? So that's what we've got so far. So I'm just going to change two, and then I'm just going to get each individual amendment that you guys want to make, we'll just knock it out, okay? Wholly transparent, we'll just knock out standing orders like this.
Okay.
All good?
So shall I speak to that one now?
Sorry. Well, what we can do is, it's there now, we'll make that a substantive motion now. No, okay, so 1 and 2 are the substantive, so but I need to move it for 1 and 2 before you can put 3 up.
Okay, I'll move 1 and 2.
1 and 2, do I have a seconder? No, Lisa, thank you. So 1 and 2, 3 is, you have to put an amendment between 2 and 3, John. If it gets a second.
Oh, I can second it now.
Amendment, okay. So that has been moved by Esther.
Yep.
And seconded by Mel.
Yep.
We have a debate on that one.
Right.
We've got to take each individual amendment one
Okay,
at a
that's
time.
great. I'm just foreshadowing that I want a 4, so that the next.
Yeah,
council
that's right,
is
that's right.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yes.
Discussion, councillors. On 3,
So
just 3.
I understand, does this one speak to?
Yeah.
Yep.
So this is on equality of votes, tied votes or casting votes. So when we have an equality of votes and the chair gets to use their discretion to use an overriding casting vote, we're in a situation where it happens all the time. currently, and when we have really significant decisions that are being made that might be like the CCO today, I'd say that's pretty significant. It lands on one person. I personally wouldn't like to be in that position. This is suggesting that the motion is automatically then defeated and status quo will be maintained. Now that language is a little bit uncomfortable, I think, because it's like, what does status quo mean? But when you look at other councils, it essentially looks at optionality, like seeking further advice if that's needed, or getting majority 75% vote. So originally, as you saw in my email, I'd kind of put forward some other suggestions that were taken back out, which is fine. But I think it's important that the sentiment that I was trying to clarify is understood, so that we can understand what we mean by status quo. So it's really to prevent any kind of rushed decision making, which I feel is happening more often than not with the current coalition government. So I probably don't need to speak to it any further. I think you can get the sentiment.
Yeah, I was interested to see this come up, but because I know when we've had a couple of tide votes in the past, we casting votes in the news, and I sort of did a bit of research back then, and just to see what other bodies do when they have that. The UK Parliament, for example, it's a long-standing rule there, Speaker Denison's rule. If they have a tied vote, they have the option of voting for further discussion. They require that important decisions have a clear majority.
Yeah.
And a casting vote, if it's used, remains at the status quo. So that's basically what's being suggested by this amendment. New Zealand Parliament, it says an outright majority is required to pass, a tied vote fails. And a change should only occur if an actual majority is in favour. So those are the two main, they are parliamentary bodies, but they are what we would most closely align ourselves to, I guess, if we were trying to take some guidance from other bodies. So I would be supportive of this. I know it does take away the ability to support, perhaps a staff recommendation to make progress from that, but if it's, quite often it has come down to very important decisions, and if we can't get a majority one way or another, and it does leave us the option of voting to have more discussion, to perhaps try and get a majority one way or another. Doesn't automatically mean that it fails and we leave it there and move on. So those are my thoughts.
I was just going to say, I think it is a bit of a quirk of the last representation review, and I think unfortunately we've ended with an even number, which is less than ideal. And you look at the community build, for instance, as we deliberately went back to 7 and left one aside, just so that there was a clear imbalance, which, and look, that's something to consider on future representation reviews, but it's not ideal with an even number. Please.
Thank you, through Chair. I did a bit of chat GPT around this, and might be a hallucination, could be really wrong, but I actually couldn't find any other local councils that don't have a casting vote.
70%.
And as I say, might be incorrectly informed on this. One I did find was Horizons Regional Council, and I made a point of seeking them out at the LGNZ conference to debate with them what happens in their process, and it was very much around the continued discussion to get an outcome. But I also looked at why the casting vote decision exists, and it is the understanding I have is to keep the work moving through council and to keep progression of decisions, and to again stop the ability of the political to filibuster and slow down proceedings, and that was why it was there in its original sort of intention. So because I couldn't see a whole lot of other councils determining that this was a critical piece, and I'm also not actually that clear with respect to Councillor Whitehead around this always happens. My understanding is it may have been 3 times through our term that the casting vote has been used, I don't think that always happens in our decision making. But in saying that, I'm open to feedback from my distinguished colleagues as to which way they feel this should land. Please point.
Yeah, look, I'm in support. I'll be really quick. I agree. We've had to me, it hasn't come down to the number of times the casting vote has been used, but the circumstances in which it has been used. There've been very significant votes, for example, today, and the casting vote has been delivered with no further discussion, and that's one of the things that concern me. But I believe it would be really difficult to put some good rules around how you use a casting vote. You know, the requirement to maybe go back and have another round of discussion and seek amendments for where you could achieve a majority. It would be complicated. I think this drives that kind of behaviour up front. So I think it is, again, it doesn't stop something happening. It means you just have to go back and reconsider and get your majority. And I think that's important. Thanks.
I understand the sentiment as well. I guess I worry pragmatically around how it works, so we just sort of keep debating until someone flips, so then there's a majority. We have to keep coming back, time down again. And yeah, I'm sort of a bit more hesitant on that because in general, I don't find local government is pacing through things as fast as other people. So, but that's just my hesitation, and I can't really ask questions, but just practically.
Anything else? Go for
it. Be it on the head of the mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, look, I can see it now, and I have be it on the head of the mayor. Right? Like, it's not fun, I can tell you that now, but I'll just give you a few stats, right? So, of the councils that have even numbers, that have casting votes, that is Wellington, Waikato, Invercargill, Otarohanga, Selwyn, Portuguese, Taurua and Tauranga, and South Wairarapa all have casting votes with even numbers. The ones that don't have odd numbers, which is Christchurch and Waimate, and then there's the only outlier on odd numbers that don't have a casting vote, and that's Palmerston North. So there's just a bit of a background. I don't really enjoy it, doing it, but I'll just point out there was no status quo in this vote for the CCO or the in-house services for delivery. So what is status quo? I think that probably has to be fleshed out. And as to, there's no further discussion, understanding models don't allow for further discussion. So maybe that's something we can look at. But we are a fast-moving, dynamic district and a council that needs to keep pace with it.
Can I just make sorry, just a point of clarification.
Sorry, there is no.
There is.
We were quiet in the discussion. Okay, point of clarification, go for it.
Just around the status quo. So often we have had something defeated and then we have found a way to put the other motion. So just in terms of today, if it hadn't been agreed, it would have been put that we go with option.
Yeah, but that's on the
one.
Under the standing orders, that's on the approval of the mayor. So
Well, you would want to maintain the status quo, so you would put the other. So anyway, I'm just saying what you said before was not.
No, there was no status quo.
No, but there was a status quo in the decision.
Hang on,
there was a status quo in the decision, and then you make another decision.
Well, was the status quo no, look, I won't get into it. That's the preferred option that went to consultation. Sorry, no, you've spoken, so I'm just going to continue on. Look, it's not fun, but we're a fast-moving, fast-paced council dealing with some pretty heady issues. If we're going to slow that down, we're not doing a very good service to the community. I can tell you that now. Right, with that, Esther, Mel.
Can I speak to it?
Yeah, you.
I don't think I need to say anything.
Okay, Esther, unless you've closed out.
Well, look, I think, can the staff speak at all? Okay. I think the issue here is that the word status quo can be somewhat misleading. And so that's why originally I put in more information into the amendment. Because I don't think status quo necessarily, it means different things in different circumstances. But essentially what you're trying to aim for is to build consensus. And yes, that takes time, but there's nothing worse than rushing through a bad decision that everyone has to live with the mistake. So yes, it takes more time, but that would be my argument around that. Also, I think if you look to perhaps Gavin's examples that he brought up today, there's a reason why other institutions do this. So what I wanted to achieve through this is to daylight. I feel that we have a problem because you're right, Councillor Lisa, sorry.
The only guy.
Oh, something there. Completely lost my train of thought.
You were saying she was right.
Yeah, but about.
The lack of number of.
Oh, yeah, so, sorry. So, you're right that it hasn't been always, but I think it has been significant decisions. And, I just think that our next council, of which I won't be here, needs this is being daylighted today so that our next council can kind of consider this again. So we don't know the answer to it at the moment. Status quo is still a bit uncomfortable for us, but I think we need to be exploring this a lot more.
Right. All those in favour? All those against?
That's a shame it wasn't specific.
Well, I can tell you now, Esther, if it was a draw, I would have gone to status quo.
And I would like to put an amendment, so this goes to Esther's point that she's daylighting this and it can be considered by the next council, but it won't be because there's no intention at this point to bring it back to the next council at the start of the triennium. So my point 3, and I'll need a seconder for it, is direct staff to review standing orders with the new council within 4 months of the election.
Point of clarification, does that not happen anyway?
Yeah.
Well, they just said no.
Best practice advice by LG said is that it was always done within 6 months.
Oh, so
Which is the intent, it's on us.
I put it directed anyway, even if it's best practice, because I just had before that the intent was not to necessarily bring it back. So can I just add that? It's not what we said.
We did say we bring it back.
Oh, I thought you said.
Yes, no, we would bring it back.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not the start of the training.
Yeah, but within that sort of
Within
first
that.
period.
Okay, great. That's fine. I can let that go.
So you're withdrawing it?
Trust us?
Hang on, no, you're withdrawing it, Nikki.
I can, no, actually, I don't want to, because my gut says we need to write it down, and it's probably failed because it looks like I'm not trusting, but it just gives everyone certainty for the next council that
We'll just
direct, and I may not get a second, but
hang on, just do the motion first.
direct staff to review standing orders with the new council within 4 months of the election.
Do we have a second? Thank you, Esther. Discussion.
Is there a reason we chose 4 months rather than 6 months, given that that was the guidance?
Oh, because, well, I just, last time we.
Hang on.
Oh, sorry.
Come on, let's keep a bit of discipline, please.
Do you want a question, was a question though?
No, we're in debate and discussion.
Well,
Right, so I will speak to it, shall I? And then I can.
No,
I mean,
if you speak to it, we're finished.
I'm
No, we're
speaking,
not, I get first.
I'm speaking to,
Right.
look, the principle is that it will occur and it will occur within a specified timeframe. We have a commitment for that. If we want to, we may as well align those two things. That's my only point.
Okay. Any further discussion before I leave?
Well, I recall we did, it was one of the early things we did in the last train after the election at some point. It probably was within 6 months we did look at them.
Yeah, it was.
And I saw that mention in here that was the guidance to do that. So I have.
Okay, we'll just put.
Hang on. Do we have any further discussion before I'm going to let Nikki close it out?
Okay.
Go for it.
So Quentin is concerned that I'm going outside of best practice. I think 4 months would be great, but I'm willing to change it to within 6 months if Esther is.
I'm very happy with that.
With that, which is what we're committed to do. This just makes it very.
So make it 6 months.
So, correct. So, look, this is just to give some certainty because we have just reviewed it. It could be argued that we've just done it and we can wait a little bit longer. It's only best practice. This shores it up, make sure the next council can make sure that they address some of the concerns that we've raised, which I think are valid around the level of discretion that sits with the chair around should versus must. And the issues around the casting vote, and there may be other things as well. Standing orders is really important for a council to set the tone for how they want to operate, including things like how the debate's gonna run. So I think they need certainty around that. Thank you.
Brilliant. And what's that? So point of clarification. Yeah. It's not an amendment to attachment C though, so this is a different. It's just a standalone. Yeah.
Yeah, it's standalone, but it's just
That's fine.
indented.
Yes, that's good. It's not fine.
Okay. Right, now this is the vote on the amendment.
Yeah.
Councillors, so all those in favour? Aye. Against? None, motion carried. Now we go to the substantive motion, which is 1, 2, and 3. Now I can that up for discussion, but please, can we just do the vote? Are we all good for the vote?
Yeah.
All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? None, it is greater than 75%, motion carried.
Resolution 0.16, but I don't think.
Right. Item, hang on. No, hang on. Understanding orders, I just need, we're all happy that it's been 2 hours again, so we can all go for a break. There we go. We're 5 minutes short. It's a question, we might be able to get through this a little bit quicker. Just so you know, we're up to page 5 of my run sheet of 11. Item 4. Ratepayer assistance scheme, page 178 of your pages. Catherine, Michelle, take it away.
Kia ora koutou. This is to paper to introduce the ratepayer assistance scheme request for funding. We have had a couple of workshops, I think, with you now on the topic. So we will take that paper as read and answer any questions.
So I have a couple of concerns and issues about this. One is the quantum that we're proposing. So one, it says up to, so presumably we're giving permission to spend anywhere up to. Is that correct? Yes. Second question is why, when Auckland's putting in 500, are we putting in 250? Half of that, my calculations were kind of like, we're like $5 a ratepayer and they're like, I don't know, 30 cents or something.
Just ask it while we're putting 250.
So initially, it was kind of RAS when they were going around talking to councils. They kind of indicated that, you know, they couldn't, obviously, the maximum they can accept is 500k from a single council. So that's why Auckland's at 500. They were then kind of going around other councils and trying to get enough money together to 2.5 million. And so they indicated that, you know, 200 to 300 would be a good range to be involved. And so we just thought, well, in the middle of that range, you know, there's no random, there's no science.
The next question I've got is, I guess, around how at risk that money is. And that goes to the feasibility of the whole concept. And I guess I was interested in whether there had been a feasibility study and whether they had at some point talked to the banks or looked at the reaction of the banks in other jurisdictions to similar models.
Yes, Canada.
Yeah, so could you speak to me the reactions of the banks in other jurisdictions?
No, we can't. That would be a question for them, which when we were in the workshops, they talked a little bit about the work they've done with British Caledonia. Yeah. And they have been doing a lot of work with the various investment funds, not the banks per se. So we know that this is feasible and viable from the LGNZ perspective, and from
LGFA just.
And no, LGNZ, but then it's based on the LGFA model. So LGFA are also.
But unless LGFA are the funder, and LGFA are assured that they can access funds for this, which they are, then that's the link we have.
Oh, that's not the question I've got. The question I've got is the reaction of the banks when somebody has a loan like this that is has priority over the mortgage, which is the fundamental basis of this whole scheme. To me, if we were doing a feasibility study, we would need to look at, sorry, this is a long intro to the question, but we would need to look at how the banks have reacted, because obviously over in other jurisdictions, with a quick look at it.
Can we, come on.
Well,
get to a question, please.
Okay, so is there a risk assessment around that's been done for either us or more broadly about going into detailed sort of development with significant funds ahead of having that discussion with the minister about the banks and their reaction?
The only thing I would say is that councils have done these types of loans before. So there's been, you know, insulation, home insulation loans. So it's not unusual to have these on ratepayers already.
So follow-up question, have they done it for things like development contributions? Because that's what's proposed here, and so the quantum is significantly different.
No. I think it's worth saying though, you could introduce that as a caveat to the sum, because there has been significant work done on this. I can't answer exactly what the risk assessment in that specific case looks like for a national scheme that we're not controlling, but you could actually make that a prerequisite of providing money if you want to.
Sorry, can I ask what you mean by that? As in, say we will provide up to a set amount, provided that, what would it look like? Provided that
they can provide reassurance about their risk modelling and feasibility.
Okay. That would be better, that would be better.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'll be super quick. Given that there's a range of different things this can be spent on, does this preclude council making its own policy about which ones they choose to pursue? As in, you know, we might not choose the development contributions, but we choose the home improvement and rates free.
It's completely flexible to us. We select what products we want.
It actually supports our ability to do so, because by being involved in the final development stage, and actually probably note that because this is the final development stage, that may be where they do that final piece of risk work as well. You know, that's exactly where we have the influence.
And the amount, being 250, you said was an arbitrary figure. Is there any downside? Given it's not actually a buy-in, it's just a supporting thing. Is there any downside to reducing that amount proportional to our size? And
no, and as we've noted in the paper, they actually have enough money to go ahead now, so they don't actually need us.
So the only potential downside though is if they then choose to adopt a model where if we were to progress into the full investment stage, and they offered priority based on the amount you'd already put into the scheme, because they do talk in here about how actually, you know, for the people that put money into the final development stage, it may give them double the number of shares as to the, compared to the amount of money that they've invested in that early.
Excludes the options.
Yeah.
That's the one that can amendment.
Any further questions? Oh,
I'm just very quickly, just to explain, to clarify, so say for property improvement loans, the funding would be provided directly to the ratepayer from this RA scheme, is that right? And they would pay back directly, or would it be collected through rates and then paid back from council?
Be collected through rates.
Yeah.
Directly back into RAS.
Yeah, but it would come through, go into the QLDC bank account and then be paid out for the scheme.
Home improvement loan.
Yeah, as an example.
Yeah, so that'd be paid to supplier. So the supplier installs whatever the improvement is, the solar panels or whatever, and so RAS would pay that supplier.
Right.
So we wouldn't really actually have much involvement on those home improvement loans.
But the ratepayer would be paying back through their rates to QLDC.
Yep.
Who would then on pay it to the scheme,
No, so RAS would advise us how much to levy.
Money's got to get back to some of the original point somewhere that is.
So with that, any further questions? Well, I'll move. 1, 2, and 3. Do I have a second? Thank you, Cody. Discussion.
Very quickly, I know. Yeah, look, given that, because this is new information, they now have enough money to go ahead. I'm not particularly interested, although, you know, might come to a decision, but in the further investment stage, I feel like I'm not sure we need to become a bank. I'm not convinced anyway at this point, and given that they've got enough money to go ahead, and given that I have some concerns about the scheme anyway, because overseas it looks like the banks have reacted negatively to this, and maybe it's different depending on the amount, but have sort of looked at refusing to renew mortgages, and because obviously it undermines their security because this has priority. So there's a whole big piece of work to do. I would have expected that to have been done and be in front of us, because it seems really high level. So I like the idea of I'm not saying like we shouldn't use it, but given they've got enough money to go ahead, and given I'm not that interested in becoming a lender, I'm going to probably vote against this one, but not because I don't think it has some merit. It just has a lot of risk at this point.
The discussion. Okay. Oh,
Yeah. I think it's a really innovative solution, and I think it allows our community to help do the things that we're trying to do. Practice, I know the LGFA's touted as being a really successful model globally, and seeing how this has progressed, and yeah, I'm just really excited for it as an opportunity. I think it's great, so excited to see the next stage of it.
Thanks, Cody. Just to round it up before we vote, this has been a fair bit of work through the Metro councils over the last 3-4 years. It has been a fair bit of work done through it, but it's the opportunity that is, and look, there is risk, but the opportunity and the reward that we get by actually removing those capital barriers for the lower socio-economic and most gas-strapped, cash flow, restrained households to actually get in and get solar panels and batteries and actually over the long term build some more resilience within this community. So that's why I certainly support it and that's why I moved it. So with that,
Clarification,
yes.
please just being really clear about what we're approving, because it's a long agenda. We're talking about giving $250,000 when we don't.
So what's your point of clarification?
My point of
What's your point of clarification? Straight up.
You suggested that we would not be able to participate in the scheme and have all the benefits of using it if we don't agree it. That was what I took from your comment. So we
That was explained in the workshop. If we weren't in the first floor, the options would not potentially not come to us later on in the 30 million raise for the shareholder. So that's the clarification. You can still use it, but you're not part of the shareholding and you can't influence the actual design of it.
Yeah.
Okay. With that, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Motion carried.
Might be recorded, John. Thanks.
Thank you. 5, traffic and parking bylaw 2018 review. Page 228. Campbell and Carey and Tony. Right, take it away.
Thank you. So just quickly summarising the purpose of the report very briefly and where we are in this journey so far. So the purpose of the report is to present the council with proposed changes to the 2018 traffic and parking bylaw and to endorse and propose 2025 traffic and parking bylaw for formal consultation and appoint councillors to form a hearing panel. This is building on work presented to council during council meeting in April, which determined the bylaw was the most appropriate tool to address perceived problems in the district. And then a workshop in May, which was presented to council and Wanaka through the community board to determine if the bylaw was the most appropriate form of bylaw and present different options considering how to deal with issues identified. The findings from this process found that the bylaw is generally working as intended and some minor amendments were needed, nothing major. So yeah, happy to take any questions.
Questions, councillors? Can this bylaw be applied to cycle trails?
Apply to
cycle trails.
Only if there's provisions in there that would apply to cycle trails. I'm not sure what your question is.
Well,
this is
it applies to road corridors, but I'm thinking of, limiting the use of motorbikes on cycle trails.
No, cycle trail is part of the corridor.
Yeah.
It would be generally part of the reserve or fee simple.
Yeah. So
it wouldn't apply to that.
And there's talk about penalties. And there's mention there of $500 penalty. But and that applies unless there's any other penalty that overrides that. But how is that applied or enforced? And does it apply to everything that's not covered by another penalty?
I'm not sure what penalty are you referring to?
Page 258 of it, I've got, which I think it's about it, something.
258?
Yeah. It's 26. Or any person breaching provision of this bylaw made under section 22. And in respect of which no other penalty provision applies, is liable for a fine of $500. So that's a default penalty. Yeah, so it applies to anyone. I mean, it could apply to someone obstructing the footpath with their bike chained to a thing, or it could apply to someone obstructing the road with a wheelie bin.
If there's no other penalty that applies, and that's what it says.
Yeah. Okay. And I wasn't sure how, it doesn't say how, say like wheelie bins on the road, how that's enforced. It talks about a 24-hour period, I think, whether it's enforced ever and how, and if we've had the resources to do that.
That's a different matter. This sets up the framework. We know we've got problems with enforcing wheelie bins on footpaths and other things, which is where the bylaw provides an ability to do that.
Yeah.
Which is separate from whether we've got the resources or whether it's practical too.
Yeah. Well, that was my other question too, whether the clause specifically relates to wheelie bins. It doesn't really mention footpaths. Whether it should be included as well, because it is an issue. Which good question. 23.2, 23.3.
We're saying 23.2.
No.
I think we can look at that during the review of the Bibles. For the easiest way.
Yeah, we've got 24.3.
24.3.
Overdraft crime consent. Leave or place on a road anything other than a vehicle for justice.
So question,
So I guess.
there is a bylaw provision that enables that. It's a separate question as to whether it's enforceable or not, and then
Yeah.
we do that.
I was wondering whether it should include a clause similar to 24.2A, which says which unreasonably obstructs the road, footpath, or damages public property. Just obstructing the footpath clause would be good to have in there too.
I would be cautious about making that change on the fly like that. We know we've got issues with.
Well, it's only going out for consultation, so going out for consultation.
We also need to be clear on whether we can actually do that though.
Okay.
I'm just not sure what you're asking for, sorry. Councillor Bartlett.
Well, this clause is the one that relates to wheelie bins.
The 24.
3A. Yeah. But it doesn't, it's not very clear, it's about the roadway, but it's not very clear about obstructing the footpath. And that has been a recurring issue. And
Maybe
all
you
of
can
it
do it
would be
again.
including a couple of words in there to say obstruct a road or footpath.
I need to get some advice on that in terms of its unintended consequences of slipping that in at this point.
Okay. And then the other one was just some numbering. It's just
So
actually,
actually, what you're asking is, so, I mean, because this provides an exemption for wheelie bins for up to 24 hours.
well, we understand that wheelie bins have to be out at some point in time, but where it is, even when they're out, they're obstructing the path that's causing issues. So that's the issue that I have, is that if they're obstructing the.
Okay, hang on, please, you've gone well off.
Well,
off topic.
This is going out for consultation, so.
Yeah, we can debate it at debate, but you're not providing questions.
Well, my question was, can we include it in that clause?
You can,
And the answer was maybe, but it needs to be considered.
so put it at the debate.
Well, there needs to be some.
Just one brief question. How do we appoint councillors when the hearing's likely to be after the election period?
Sorry, I'll get to that.
Okay.
Yeah, so the timing is September the 26th.
Oh, right.
Just in time.
Lisa?
Thank you. Page 14 or 255 of our papers, clause 21, resident parking. How do we progress work around that? I see it's noted in the bylaw, but it's been raised with me by residents in Park Street following our changes of parking there, and residents from Frankton as to what's council's pathway towards investigating some form of resident parking permit. How does that work proceed?
So it will be part of the parking plan that we've still got to roll out, come back with. But there's work in progress, we've got to do that work coming up.
So this would signal that the work could be done.
Well, this would be the provision that allowed, that would be the mechanism to then allow that enforcement.
Okay.
It doesn't say that we will do the work, but it gives us.
Gives us an opportunity to do the work. Thank you. And just one small question, are boat trailers considered within trailers? Because the resident parking question came to me around a resident parking their boat trailer and how that would be addressed under our bylaw. If a boat trailer was parked on a roadway.
Not sure, sorry.
I can answer, it is.
It is.
A boat trailer is a trailer, yes.
Okay.
And under the Land Transport Act, they're allowed 5 days.
Thanks. 5 days to do so.
5 days, yeah, on the road.
On the road.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Right, no further questions. I'll just clarify a few things. So 26th of September, I've had interest from Councillor Bartlett, Bruce, Guy and Wong. It's the proposed members of the hearings panel. So before you, resolutions 1 through to 7, but 7 being the councillors I have named already. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Matt. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Gavin. Any discussion? None, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Aye. Against? None, motion carried. Thank you. Item 6, Queenstown Lakes and Climate and Biodiversity Plan, 25-28 for adoption, page 277. Will, Kirsty, Tilly, and
Who was the tool?
Michelle. I'll let whoever's leading this one. Thanks, Wayne.
Kia ora koutou councillors. Thank you very much for this opportunity today. Very pleased, also very relieved to present to you today the final version of the Climate and Biodiversity Plan for 2025 to 2028. I'd first like to thank the Climate Reference Group. Now they would have liked to have had a representative here today, but due to travel and sickness, unfortunately they're unavailable. They may have been recovered by now, but they do extend their best wishes and certainly would have liked to have been here to speak in person. However, their submission has been received and is attached to the report, and you'll see within there their strong support for the work they've undertaken, as well as some advice and yes, their best wishes for the future. Look, just to give a quick overview of the report, I'll pass to Tilly, just to quick through.
So this plan is the result of 12 months of collaboration with Kaitahi representatives, Climate Reference Group, local partners, council staff and many members of our community. Public consultation in June resulted in 67 survey responses and 30 written submissions. We had strong support for more ambitious action across biodiversity protection, emissions reduction, and improved integration with urban planning, transport and waste minimisation efforts. As detailed in the report, we've made targeted updates to actions across the 7 outcome areas in the plan. We've also added a new action to reflect the work that has been committed to in the planning policy team to support Indigenous biodiversity. What you see today is a more refined and community-shaped plan that recognises Council's role as an enabler and our shared responsibility to act. This plan belongs to everyone who calls this place home, and we're really excited to take the next step forward.
So we're happy to take the report as read and yes, open the floor for any questions. Thank you.
Questions, councillors?
Deliberative democracy. I'm just reading obviously the Climate Reference Group's own letter, which was, or submission, which was excellent. Just wondering, I don't even know if I'm allowed to ask you this, but if you have any thoughts on what councillors might do to assist with progressing that to some extent, whether it's an investigation or whether it's
well, at this point in time, it's actually
sorry,
included in the.
Again, like I'm interested in how we progress this. People are
Progress.
Deliberative democracy.
So that's what.
So if you, it's
sorry, that question's well outside.
No, it's not well out of scope. It's in the papers.
No, it's irrelevant. We're discussing approving the climate adaptation plan. So come on, ask a question on that, please.
Thank you very much for your work. It's amazing.
Further questions? Right. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Quentin. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Matt.
I have an amendment.
Right, yeah.
Thank you. I would like to add a point 3. This is in response to the Climate Reference Group's direction to bring the climate and biodiversity updates to the full council rather than just the AFRC. So the wording is direct staff to report to the full council with updates on the climate and biodiversity plan on a quarterly basis. That doesn't preclude still taking them to the AFRC.
Do I have a seconder?
Would you consider making it 6 months? Or?
Hang on.
I would. Yep, if that's.
Hang on. Do we have a seconder and then we can look at it?
Sorry, I'll second that. I was putting my hand up for that.
Sorry, okay. So read that one back, please, John.
So you might read that, so get it down properly. Direct staff.
Direct staff to report to the full council with updates on the climate and biodiversity plan on every 6 months.
Okay. Anyway, here we go. Debate. We've got to be careful here, councillors, to put operational stuff into motions like this. We're just putting more work onto the council.
I'll just speak to.
Hang on. Yeah. All right. And then I'll let you go. So we'll just put that out there. We've got a very strained workforce at this point in time.
So just to speak to that, so these would not need to be new reports already. The climate team is reporting on a quarterly basis to the AFRC. Those reports exist. What I'm suggesting is not redoing reports. I'm not suggesting anything new. I'm just suggesting that they come to the full council for the reasons that are set out in the submission written by Leslie Van Gelder for the Climate Reference Group. It would be no extra work other than sitting in this room potentially for the day. And I had thought that there was some support from the team for that direction, to bring this plan, I guess, into a more visual forum. I've got very good words this time of the day.
Yep.
I guess the reason I seconded it is because one of the points of the reference group submission was about the strategic coherence. And I think having been on it, on the reference group originally when it first, in its first year, it is still quite siloed. We've talked about that quite a lot. So there's loads of great work happening, but full council doesn't really get to see it. So I hope it wouldn't be too much work to kind of reproduce what's already, it's a kind of duplication of what's going out to AFRC, but I think it's really great for full council to see it. And it's, there's probably more interest in full council meetings from the public than committee meetings. So they get to daylight it that way as well.
I'll put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Can't get them up. 3, was it? Okay, motion passed. So now we move to the substantive motion. Can you remind me who?
I think I did, didn't I?
Yeah.
You have moved by Nat and Quentin and Nat.
Okay, thank you. Which one was Quentin? Was
Moved one.
Yep.
Second.
Right. Thank you.
Just a super brief comment. Look, I appreciate the work that they've done, and I think it's brought the initiatives are clearer in this version than they were in the previous version. I think that's really positive progress. I agree with the point that we have been a little bit separate, and that's both good and bad, but I think that reporting thing will help. So, okay.
All good. All those in favour? Against? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor.
Ben Scooter,
Thank you very much.
page 290 of your papers. The Tony's and an Adrian.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It's fine.
Okay, take it away.
All right, yeah, good evening. So we're here to present the final update on the Beam e-scooter trials, which has been happening in Queenstown since April 2023. That had a 2-year memorandum of understanding that's now expired, so it's a good time to conclude the trial and confirm next steps for commercial micromobility in the district. We'll take the paper as read and open to the floor for any questions.
Questions?
Only two.
Yeah.
First
I'll
one.
hold you to that.
Yeah. First one is the reports of, they've fallen foul of the agreement. Doesn't say anything about anything from steps being solved. Do you know whether there was anything or whether that's been asked for?
No, so I've listed that there's been no complaints this year, and 12 in total, but no snaps and salts. So a couple from the regulatory team. But
okay, no, I know some things we talked about, they weren't being collected. The other one was clause number 10 or paragraph 10 talks about the $5 fine for them that are the scooters that are left outside of the parking areas, and that they issued 4,036 fines. So I suspect the $5 fine isn't enough. But if we discontinue the trial and they can just carry on doing what they're doing, do we have any oversight ongoing, or can we influence anything that they're doing in terms of they say they're fine? No, so they'll just be left to their own devices to carry on doing what they're doing.
So can I be clear whether we had any control over that anymore?
There was part of the original MOU, there was a discussion about what we would do. And I think the wording was we could, and we chose not to.
Right. Okay, thanks.
So we cover costs.
Lisa?
I'm looking at the recommended option being option 1, saying that we're not going to increase parking locations onto public land and things like that. My concern is why not? Because is this financially viable for Beam to continue with under the current regime? Where we're missing these mode shift opportunities that we've tried to enable through micro mobility, in particular at bus stops for first and last mile transportation and on public land outside things like libraries and other council-owned properties. I'm concerned I've seen being withdrawn from Wellington. And I'm just concerned that if we stick with option one and we don't actually enable this to be a financially viable model for being to operate, my question is, why aren't we increasing the parking opportunities onto public land?
Because a few reasons for that. We're not seeing, although this trial has been limited in what we've modelled from private commercial locations rather than public land, we haven't really seen the demand there. So we're not against micromobility, but this is only a subset of that micromobility, one commercial operator. To go and roll out a whole new model trial to facilitate an expanded version, we're not convinced at this point that we're actually going to get any benefit towards that mode shift. We're looking at this is only showing us up to 2 regular users per day, which is not going to be enough of an impact on mode shift in itself to warrant spending the time to facilitate it.
Okay. Yeah, I would I would like to see more evidence that enabling parking on public land would not trigger more use and uplift, because I think we're creating a not use environment. So yeah, what else could we do to give more evidence to option 2?
I think looking through the pros and cons of each of those options that presented, some of the answer to your question in there is about what we would do on wider transport networks to encourage this type of use. And a lot of that is still linked to providing higher levels of infrastructure. The active travel network hasn't really been established to allow it to expand. We're not regulating this for the other uses. So I'm struggling to see how we would increase that when the demand isn't there.
Do we have any assurance from BEAM that they would be able to continue under option 1 and would like to do so?
No, they're working through a merger at the moment with Neuron. They've indicated they'd like to continue, but I don't think it will be commercially viable for them. And parking on private locations, a lot of those landowners are withdrawing from the scheme now.
So our restrictions on their ability to widen their parking network in effect will likely remove the option of having micromobility scooters.
So through this year, part of the question arose around the use of public land for these sorts of operators. They're all commercial operators, would have to have some process to work through that. Who and how and when, who could actually make use of those if we were to do anything. I think it's part of the broader package we need to think about.
Any further questions?
I just wonder if there's any evidence of the cost of these things, because for me it would be prohibitive. Is that part of the reason for not getting any uptake? Do we have any understanding from users of whether the cost is just not helpful?
We haven't had that feedback direct ourselves. BEAM might have had that direct to them, but it hasn't trickled through to us.
Yeah. Oh, and one other question. Just in terms of monitoring the need for further work, what does it involve? Just waiting till somebody comes in and says, hey, yeah? Okay.
Real simple question. Are we one of the smallest markets that BEAM has trialled in?
I couldn't say with certainty, but I believe so.
Okay, with that, do I have a mover? Thank you, Cody. And a seconder, is the discussion? Lisa?
Yeah, I think it's a real shame that through our limitations of the trial, we're likely to lose a mode shift opportunity here. And as a regular micromobility user in other areas and other centres around New Zealand, the one thing that stops me using them here is they are not where I want to access them, which is at bus stops and outside wider parking opportunities. And, you know, I said earlier, this felt like final exam day. I remember when this first came to the table, and I was one of the ones that most passionately spoke for it at the time, when council were pretty much in opposition to scooters coming in at all. And I don't think the trial has played out with the level of disruption and harm and consequence that we thought it might. And I think it's a real shame if we do not enable financially viable enterprise to establish here and provide mode shift around a business model that is already here, and we could just be more enabling of that without having presumption around consequence of harm that we haven't seen played out through this trial. So I will be really disappointed personally if we go with option one. Thank you.
Just a brief comment that we did suggest the option of extending the trial to Monica as well, but that hasn't happened.
I think that,
On their choice, yeah, on their choice, it was just.
It wasn't the scale.
Yeah, it's understandable.
I understood, sorry, I may not be able to talk again, but I understood that was on our choice, not their choice.
Anyway,
I just want to make a point that it's, the trial's been a great learning curve for us as a council to see actually what low impact it did have on the community. There were some issues obviously, but I think this decision, whatever they decide to do commercially, is going to be up to them, not up to us. So it's not our call.
radio. Okay, we'll fit, put it to the vote. All those in favour? Aye, against? Against, motion carried. Thank you. Procurement planner approval, new materials recovery facility, pages 318, page 318, new papers. Sophie.
And who supports him?
And, oh, and you as well, Tony.
I've got a whole support plan.
Because of heavy hitters. Okay.
That's what you said.
Thanks for waiting so long.
Right, take it away.
Thank you, councillors. As we are well aware, we own and operate a MRF at Franklin, which processes all the mixed recyclables from across the district. We're even more aware that the MRF has reached the end of its operational life and is no longer fit for purpose, let alone future-proof. Consequently, an alternative recyclables processing solution that is required, that is reliable, flexible, and capable of adapting to evolving demands. As recommended by the Infrastructure Committee, officers have prepared for a broad procurement approach to ensure a fair, transparent, and competitive process that will encourage a wide range of sourcing models and solutions to be presented by the market. The tabled report now seeks council approval of the procurement plan to initiate the proposed two-stage open market procurement process, beginning with an EOI in September, followed by a request for proposal. Do you have any questions on the report or the recommended approach?
Thank you, Sophie. Questions? Yeah, thank you. Look, obviously, yeah, it's good to have going to market for a range of options. It seems to be open in this that most, if not all, options are on the table. So thanks for that. My question just relates to item 3. We seem delegating chief executive or the authority to enter into the contract, to execute a contract at this stage when we don't know what the options are. And that it's a massive envelope is a strange thing for us to do. Is there a reason why that this hasn't got another step in terms of budget and budget approval as opposed to just delegating a massive envelope?
The delegation, we developed that on the basis that was for a MRF solution, notwithstanding that we have the coulds, shoulds, across the broader range of options that might be put in front of us, which would require us to consult with procurement to how we amend or bring back to council the delegation if in the event we have an alternative solution put in front of us.
Well, can you suggest an alternative wording to the third one that gives us, control over the outcome, and a narrower
So
delegation?
what specifically are you looking for?
Well, I just want us to say, well, at the moment, we're delegating a massive window. I want us to be either specific to the outcome, you know, which would require another approval later on, or that we're working within the budgets in the LPP or something, I don't know, but just.
We are trying to make sure that the chief exec in this case has the authority to commit to a contract up to a certain value, that's required. But we could report back to the council.
After the EOI stage.
Probably not after, well, no,
after the RFP.
It would have to be after the RFP.
Or after there.
We could report back to the council after the RFP stage. And on options and costs, that's an option that brings back
that principle. I think it's just an unusual thing to be delegating it. Unknown.
Further questions?
Is that right? So I'm just interested in what CODC's commitment is so far. Do we know, or is it sort of no?
There is no commitment from CODC, from us or from them.
Yes.
There's an interest in the solution, and it is part of the Moscow criteria that it's not a must-have. It's a could have a solution for CODC, and yes, could, not should, yeah.
Will the documents make it clear that there is no commitment or specific anything?
Yeah.
Great, thanks. I'm just wondering, are we really considering build only? Because the procurement plan or the report says we're considering all options, including build only, I think. And yet the procurement plan is very much, doesn't speak to a build only because you have to have, you know, experience operating and so on. So does the procurement plan, sorry, can I get
I'm not sure what the question is.
Okay, so the report says that all options are on the table, including build only.
Right.
But the procurement plan says we're gonna be assessing the initial, you know, applicants or proposals based on, there's a 60% based on experience operating and 40% based on the proposal. Does that match up with that intent then?
Well, the intent is that we're open to all proposals.
Well, then it comes down to how it's assessed and what we're sending, sorry, I'll finish, what we're sending out to the market saying, this is how you're going to be assessed. If they look at that criteria, they're not going to think we really want a build only option, potentially.
We are looking for a full solution option, which would force the build and
together with the.
So I'm not sure whether build only, including build only.
So that's just wrong in the report, maybe.
I'm not sure where that is, but because I don't, my understanding is we're not limiting it to that. It's an open.
Yeah, it is very open. My read of the relevant experience track record request is that they will be offering up relevant experience and track record that aligns with their offering in the MERV space.
Okay, so if it's a build.
Yeah, would be evaluating on the build solution.
There was just one thing in there that didn't seem that I thought might be kind of a priority because it's a 20-year contract, but presumably that we get out clauses or relationships might go sour. So I just wondered if there's
It's not necessarily a 20-year contract even. That's we've assessed the MPV and the whole of life cost over a 20-year period.
There was just something in there that I thought might be useful to think about, which is the ability for whatever's developed to be picked up by someone else if it turned.
So these start to get into contractual matters.
It's not contractual. To me, it was built into the.
Hang on.
So the idea is we go to the market, right? And we've got a long time frame because someone's going to build a MERV plant. It's going to have a natural life to it.
Yeah.
And they're going to write that down over time, and so trying to allow that to happen to get us the best options for them.
Yeah, and I guess the purpose of going through the EOI step first is to actually hear what the market want. You know, what duration are they looking for to get return on investment and to offer us value? So it's not set to being 20 years or 10 years. We're going to hear what they tell us. And
That's fine. I guess that wasn't really what I was concerned about. I get why you would do that and I understand flexibility. I guess my point is if we go out and we have a list of criteria, Moscow, I get it there.
No, you'll get there now or I'll move on. Come on.
So there's the Moscow thing. Could we include a criteria in there that in the should haves probably, or maybe the must haves around the ability for somebody else to pick up the whole system, the contract. So a scheme, a proposal that is easy to be picked up, to transfer to another operator.
No, I don't believe so. I think we cut across the whole purpose of this. If we're going out to the market for a proposal, I don't see how you could actually include that as a provision, sorry. I think we need to be careful about adding. such
I understand your
provisions
point.
Hang on, I got Esther.
And
Sorry, no, sorry, look, Esther, I'm going to get Esther now, thank you.
Just clarification on some timelines then, and bearing in mind Q's point around delegation. So just clarification, so, the EOI phase will look at 3 to 4 suppliers. Well, they will look at more, but it'll shortlist to 3 to 4.
Narrow to 3 to 4.
Yeah, okay, and, then it'll get notified in August gets notice of intention.
There'll be a notice of intention in August that this is our plan. We intend to get the EOI out in September, and then the RFP go to our 3 to 4 suppliers and RFP out in December, with the closure, recognising that December, January is a very busy time, so will be in February. So we've looked at quite a long RFP timeframe.
Okay, so I was just kind of thinking about approving this and then what it would look like the next step of the delegation. I was just trying to confirm on the timelines. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'll move.
So have we got an amendment to that third item?
Well, I'll move and
okay.
if I've got a seconder, if you've got an amendment, I can put it up. I'll move. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Cody.
And I'll move that we amend item 3 that to remove the delegation and just say and report back to council following the RFP with options and budget for the preferred.
After the EOI would be good.
Well, there won't be any pricing, there won't be any options, we won't have any decision to make at that stage.
If we did it at that point, you could report back.
Hang on, just let Deputy Mayor finish his resolution and then this motion, and then we'll ask for a seconder.
To delegate to instruct staff to bring the preferred option back to the council for approval with budget following the RFP. Or thereabouts.
It's effectively reporting back on the outcome of the RFP process with options and budget implications.
Yes, great.
Say that again, Tony, so John can.
So report to council at the conclusion of the RFP process.
With a preferred option.
With preferred option and budget implications.
Yep. Thank you.
So, do we have a seconder?
Yes.
Oh, look at that, Barry, just a bit. Okay, with that discussion. There you go.
Look, I think I'm really supportive of changing 3. I just don't want it to get too far down the track without us having some oversight of it. The options get shut down at the EOI stage to 3 or 4. And there could be potentially, we could turn up at the RFP stage with an option to deliver everything to Timaru for 20 years, potentially. So I guess for me, to avoid getting into another situation where we all sit there shocked at where it's turned out, to be more efficient, it would be better to come back to councillors at an earlier stage. And look, it might be that.
Can I just interrupt by making a suggestion?
Yep.
Because I think we might be able to, and keep the infrastructure committee abreast of the progress or something during the process, because that will allow them to talk to them about the EOI and stuff. Yes,
Am I allowed to talk?
No, you're not, sorry. So, again, we're looking at operationalising into a motion.
Just trying to keep the discussion going around the not operational.
We've got that there.
Yeah,
we're into discussion. So keep going.
Yeah, right. So so I can just, I think there's a risk then that we get too far down the track and the options get narrowed, and then we all go, oh, we need to go backwards. If we're kept in the loop and if we're able to make decisions along the way, then we're more likely to get to the right outcome faster without a whole lot of stress. So I just wonder if maybe you've got a seconder, haven't you?
Me.
If I move another amendment.
Cannot, we're going, understanding orders, we can only do one amendment. at
That's
a
true,
time.
we can. Okay, that's all right. We can do that one and then I can look at it and, thanks.
Radio. Any further discussions? I believe this is a good compromise, but talking about EOIs, putting it in before then, the market will deliver the options to us. There is no need to talk about going into an EOI expression because the market is going to deliver the options available out there.
And then we limit them.
Vicky, this is probably the 5th time through this whole meeting. So the next time I will ask for a censure. Okay?
Okay.
Okay? So everyone's being polite apart from you. So I believe this is a very good amendment and it gives us a bit of oversight over the budget. So with that, I'll be supporting. Thank you. With that, any more further discussion? All in favour? Aye. Against? None. Motion carried. Back to the substantive motion. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Aye. Against? None. Motion carried. Very good. Item 9, drinking water safety leadership commitment statement, page 329. Well, I know you're not Gavin, but take it away.
No, I'm clearly not Gavin, but good evening, still here. So in front of you today, it's a pretty simple document, barely over a page, but the words are important. Ultimately, this leadership commitment's going to live within the drinking water safety plans that we produce. But the intent of bringing it to this table is so that those principles stay front of mind for those responsible for governing the water supply organisation. Obviously, there's an important decision that happened today. This commitment's still important, even in the light of the decision to set up a water services CCO, as this council and the next take that commitment and the principles in there into establishing the organisation. So I'll stop talking and through the chair invite questions.
Questions? Lisa, is that you scratching your eyebrow or is it a hand up? Lisa, Nikki.
No, I didn't do anything.
Oh, I thought you were. Lisa.
Really quick one. What triggers you to be a supplier? It says we're 11. Does this apply to rural private bore water schemes? How many connections do you need to be before you need to produce?
The legislation changed. It started, you just had to supply over to your boundary basically to somebody else, but now it's, I think it's 25 people. That's what Tom and Arrow.
So once you trigger 25 connections, you'd be deemed a supplier and you'd have to do this.
Yes. Okay. You need a drinking water safety plan at that point.
Over 25 connections, 25 or over. Thank you.
So we don't have to do one of these, do we? It's a.
No, it's a recommendation. So the leadership commitment is a recommendation of good practice.
So in terms of why we're signing it, because when I read through this, so much of it is operational, right? The budgets to deliver on all of this, that's us. But the rest of it is the chief executive. Is the chief executive signing it as well?
Council signed it, then by the chief executive is bound by council signature, irrespective of whether I sign it or not.
But it's the point of it is to keep it front of mind. So I guess it needs to be front of mind for us, but it also needs to be front of mind for the chief executive. It's very operational, the content. And so I find it odd that we don't have to do it. I don't mind doing it, but what's the purpose when most of the decisions that have been made around these things that were the chief executive and the general manager and staff?
Well, and obviously funding is a key consideration here, but also it's just those principles and how you go about governing and what you expect of the operational arm of the water supply business.
Yeah, I don't mind signing.
All right, Kevin. Quickly, hopefully I know the answer to this, but with all these commitments, are we at risk of not achieving any commitments in this list?
No, that is a great question. You know, it's all about continuous improvement. This is what we are striving to do. We can always do things better.
Commitments, not confident.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I had a mover. Thank you, Esther and Matt seconding. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? None. Motion carried. Thank you. Item 10. Page 340, wastewater and stormwater easements over recreation reserve adjacent to 663 Franklin Road, Queenstown.
All our down for this.
Just out of entry pairs.
You person, Roger? Roger? I think we all are. Right, take it away.
Hello everyone. So we are presenting a report to seek approval for two services easements in favour of QLDC over recreation reserve, commonly referred to as Franklin Track. The easements are for a right to drain water and a right to drain sewage, which are required to enable a consented residential development at 633 Franklin Road. I take this report as read and have the answers.
Should item 5 of the recommendation say the general manager of property and infrastructure instead of community facilities?
It's on a reserve.
Oh, right. So
Yes, that's why we need to find the
I'm not sure why he's not here.
Yeah.
We're all one team, we're helping them out.
Okay, so then my next question is about the valuation of the land. I know that the value of the whole strip of land along the Franklin Track is 620,000 and there's 48,000 square metres of it, which gives a very low $12 per square metre valuation, whereas the land over the boundary from these easements is $1,700 a square metre. So we're limited to only using the value of the land that we own rather than the adjacent land, which is more of a perhaps true reflection of the value of the land that we can apply. Well, right. Yeah, so
Generated by the fact that it's reserved and cannot be used for them.
right, because it ended up being a $600 consideration, which seems like.
But we only recover what we can, we don't rate the village.
And there was reference to replanting on that reserve. Does that solely relate to the easement areas, or are they going to replant the entire length of their boundary along that reserve, you know, as part of the development?
Yeah, as part of the consent conditions.
Right. I think it said removal of wildings and replanting.
Yeah, so that's all gone through the parts team as well to make sure it's.
So that's a separate thing rather than these easements. Yeah, and it applies along the boundary. Thanks.
Happy to move.
Happy to move. Thank you. Thank you, Lisa. Seconds. Any discussion? All those in favour? Aye. Against? None.
Sorry.
Well done.
We can just look to charge more for the
Right.
Yeah. Oh, you do want to rate the village?
Hang on. Land exchange, Ladies Mile. Item 11. Hello, Aaron.
Oh.
Take it away.
As you say, it's an exchange of land. Council previously agreed to this in 2020, but there was a 3-year time frame that expired. The land was not exchanged. The new landowner is asking for the same exchange. Take it as read.
Do you like how it's 1 million?
Let's just get clarification on the exchange of what we're exchanging. It was late and
Yeah,
this was one of the agenda items I didn't quite read thoroughly through this. Not what I wanted. That was that.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Wasn't that
That's on map, that's on
That's what I
page.
thought it was.
What page is it?
252.
352.
The two shade
Two
areas of
green
green
swapping.
I understand.
And
Sounds good.
happy to move.
Happy to second.
I was just going to quickly ask.
Oh.
Hang on, I've got to move her in a second. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, yeah, on.
No, well, these two jumped in. I'm so sorry, Heather. I really am so sorry. All those in favour, say aye. Against? None. Motion carried.
Some of it.
Thank you, Rod.
Already.
Sorry, yeah.
Previously.
We did it before.
That's not my
Right. Item 11. Sorry, 12. Page 8. Page 398 on your papers, dangerous and unsanitary buildings policy. I've actually voluntold some people that they don't actually realise that I've voluntold them. But we'll get to there.
I think the day that Matt's been in front of the council.
Yeah, so Matt, would you like to introduce yourself? Yeah, hi, I'm Matt Bridle, I'm the Principal Building Advisor for QLDC. I generally work within the building.
Yeah, it does fantastic work for us in making sure that buildings out there are safe if there's anything
escalating, Matt has a look and gets through it and sorts out the situation, so. Great.
That's based on the
patience today.
Absolutely, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Based on one again.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so
Well, welcome aboard, Matt.
You've been here a while.
I thought you might be a new.
Welcome aboard,
nominee.
Tape. Oh,
Focus.
it is late. Hang on, take it away.
Here to seek approval to move the updated and amended dangerous building and dangerous and sanitary building policy to public consultation, following a review by MB where we had to add in a section about prioritising buildings if we had more than one at a time. So the report is
Questions? Yeah, so I don't know whether it's really right place to ask, but my only concern with these policies is that how well it's covered when the risk level changes and removing the restrictions on entering a property. And that's been my concern over a long period of time with, say, something's red stickered, and then it seems to stay red stickered for a long time, but does the policy cover, I think it might allude to it, but does it cover the review of that classification and removal of it if it's
as in red, yellow stickering.
Red and yellow.
Under an emergency.
Yeah. As an example.
No, the dangerous building policy is outside of that. So if there's a state of emergency and we have to go out and do rapid building assessments, red sticker, yellow sticker, that's a completely separate part of the building.
So yeah, so this doesn't apply then in any emergency situations.
No.
That on that slide.
No, to classify a building as dangerous or unsanitary during an emergency designation, you would actually have to separate that building out of the designation.
Right, yeah.
Be quite a process. They have very similar powers, so there would be no point realistically.
Thank you.
Quick one about heritage, just wondering if it was automatic to go and notify Tarsi in Parks, who does our heritage stuff. Just wondering if she knows about it.
If there was a dangerous heritage building.
No, so more a case of if a policy is going through that touches on what might be heritage buildings, dangerous or more likely than unsanitary. It just might be an opportunity for somebody with a heritage lens to take a look at the policy. I don't think it'll be.
That's part of the policy, yes. So any heritage property.
Yes, so we've got Tarsi Kuntis in the Parks Department.
We'll let her know.
That would be great. And the only other thing I was wondering was because when you go out to consult, it just says dangerous and unsanitary buildings. I don't think it clicks it. There's a heritage kind of aspect to it potentially, and obviously it's all covered in there. But I'm just wondering how we could consult. It might be something for the comms team to just, how do we put a flag on it? Anyone interested in heritage might want to have a look at it. I don't think they will.
They actually have an obligation if it's a heritage building.
Yes, I saw that.
So we have certified heritage in New Zealand.
Yeah. It was more, I suppose, if somebody with a heritage interest wanted to have some influence on the policy. Because.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, I think the policy is quite
I know.
black and white in terms of what has to be done to ensure people are safe.
That's okay.
Yeah.
It would very much be a case.
Thank you.
As part of the update, can you just explain, I don't really know the Building Act. Can you explain what you mean by relying on Part 6B, the Building Act, rather than default policy? I can't remember now, sorry, I haven't got the attachment open. If you can't answer it now, it doesn't really matter.
Page 401, paragraph 10.
Well done.
Special provisions for buildings.
Yeah, so that's goes back to what we were talking about just before.
Yeah.
If a state of emergency is declared, then you can't go in there using the dangerous and sanitary building provisions.
Okay.
You use the
Emergency.
special provisions for buildings affected by the emergency. So they're two very separate. I mean, they both deal with dangerous buildings, but they're very separate provisions.
And I think it's worth noting that came up due to an audit that we had done.
Yeah, that was from MB, right?
So, hey, you should put that in there just to make sure people don't go by the wrong process and use the wrong policy when emergency.
Yeah, okay. Right, thank you.
Good. Right.
That work.
Before we move, and just to see someone so eager to move, I'm just going to just decide on the 4 councillors. I've got a list here, but they don't know about it yet. We can say yes or no. I've got Ferguson, Smith, Tucker and Whitehead.
What's the date?
When is it?
The date, right, from Monday the 4th. Do we know the date of the hearing?
No, we don't. To be honest, we are anticipating there will not be a lot of interest in people wanting to be. To be honest with you, we're putting out the consultation. The hearing will occur prior to the changeover we need to do.
It may not be a hearing.
I might not be around that
Yes.
week or two beforehand.
Well, those are the 4, you only need 3, so if you're not here, you can juggle it, and there might even not be one, so. As I said, councillors Ferguson, Smith, Tucker and Whitehead, are you? I know I'm not telling you, but.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
Especially if there may not be.
It works.
Okay.
Especially if there may not be one.
Yeah, the hearing's so close to.
Okay, with that, do I have a mover? Thank you, Gavin, and Nikki second, thank you. Any discussion? None, all those in favour?
Aye.
Motion carried, thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Oh, yes.
The report. Page 404.
Yeah.
Take it away.
So thank you, Mayor. So the three items here. One is to relates to ongoing work to revoke out-of-date policies. So you'll note the proposal to basically revoke the policy related to expired footpath deposits, where we don't take footpath deposits any longer. So that's the first one. The second one, I think you'll recognise is the final adoption of the Ben Lomond and Te Tapanui Queenstown Hill Reserve Management Plan. It's been through its hearings and recommendations to you. And the final one is the annual approval of the Deloitte accounting proposal. So Deloitte have been appointed as our auditors by the Office of the Auditor General. We're just required on an annual basis to agree to their terms and conditions.
Questions? Well, I'll move. Do we have a seconder? Gavin, thank you. Any discussion? None whatsoever. All those in favour? Aye. Against? None. Motion carried. Thank you. I move